Τη ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Το μέλλον είναι πιο κοντά από όσο νομίζεις. Τώρα νέοι δρόμοι ανοίγονται για σένα. Και η δουλειά σου είναι παντού. Η μουσική, η γυμναστική, ο έλεγχος του σπιτιού σου γίνονται με ένα κλικ. Η τεχνολογία άλλαξε τα πάντα στη ζωή μας. Τώρα αλλάζει και τη φροντίδα της υγείας μας. Η Inter-American φέρνει πρώτη μια εφαρμογή τεχνητής νοημοσύνης για σένα, που σου δίνει απάντηση σε κάθε σύμπτωμα και τη δυνατότητα να επικοινωνήσεις με γιατρό όταν υπάρχει ανάγκη. Μάθε πώς θα το αποκτήσεις στο interamerican.gr. Medion. Νέα εποχή στην υγεία για σένα.
Στη Wind ξεκινάμε μια νέα εποχή. Αναπτύσσουμε το δικό μας 5G δίκτυο σε κάθε γωνιά της Ελλάδας. Ένα δίκτυο νέας γενιάς με ασύλληπτες ταχύτητες έως 1 Gbps. Ένα δίκτυο που προσφέρει απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Για μια νέα ψηφιακά εξυγχρονισμένη κοινωνία για όλους. Wind 5G ήρθε.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Η ζωή στο full. Το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Το μέλλον είναι πιο κοντά από όσο νομίζεις. Τώρα νέοι δρόμοι ανοίγονται για σένα. Και η δουλειά σου είναι παντού. Η μουσική, η γυμναστική, ο έλεγχος του σπιτιού σου γίνονται με ένα κλικ. Η τεχνολογία άλλαξε τα πάντα στη ζωή μας. Τώρα αλλάζει και τη φροντίδα της υγείας μας. Η Inter-American φέρνει πρώτη μια εφαρμογή τεχνητής νοημοσύνης για σένα, που σου δίνει απάντηση σε κάθε σύμπτωμα και τη δυνατότητα να επικοινωνήσεις με γιατρό όταν υπάρχει ανάγκη. Μάθε πώς θα το αποκτήσεις στο interamerican.gr. Medion. Νέα εποχή στην υγεία για σένα.
Στη Wind ξεκινάμε μια νέα εποχή. Αναπτύσσουμε το δικό μας 5G δίκτυο σε κάθε γωνιά της Ελλάδας. Ένα δίκτυο νέας γενιάς με ασύλληπτες ταχύτητες έως 1 Gbps. Ένα δίκτυο που προσφέρει απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Για μια νέα ψηφιακά εξυγχρονισμένη κοινωνία για όλους. Wind 5G ήρθε.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Η ζωή στο Full. Το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική. Την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Το μέλλον είναι πιο κοντά από όσο νομίζεις. Τώρα νέοι δρόμοι ανοίγονται για σένα. Και η δουλειά σου είναι παντού. Η μουσική, η γυμναστική, ο έλεγχος του σπιτιού σου γίνονται με ένα κλικ. Η τεχνολογία άλλαξε τα πάντα στη ζωή μας. Τώρα αλλάζει και τη φροντίδα της υγείας μας. Η Inter-American φέρνει πρώτη μια εφαρμογή τεχνητής νοημοσύνης για σένα, που σου δίνει απάντηση σε κάθε σύμπτωμα και τη δυνατότητα να επικοινωνήσεις με γιατρό όταν υπάρχει ανάγκη. Μάθε πώς θα το αποκτήσεις στο interamerican.gr. Medion. Νέα εποχή στην υγεία για σένα.
Στη Wind ξεκινάμε μια νέα εποχή. Αναπτύσσουμε το δικό μας 5G δίκτυο σε κάθε γωνιά της Ελλάδας. Ένα δίκτυο νέας γενιάς με ασύλληπτες ταχύτητες έως 1 Gbps. Ένα δίκτυο που προσφέρει απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Για μια νέα ψηφιακά εξυγχρονισμένη κοινωνία για όλους. Wind 5G ήρθε.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
To the Economist Conference on Artificial Intelligence. As you know, the title of this is AI at the Dawn of 2021, Thinking Outside the Box. I hope that all of you will also think outside the box, because we'll have some live polling. The details will be on your screens later on, but please vote at the end of the day. It'll be, I think, an interesting judgment. Now, just a few words from me before we start. The title, AI at the dawn of 2021. But of course, artificial intelligence, AI, is already, the dawn has broken already, long time ago. DeepMind, a British company now owned by Google, has created a neural network that basically mimics the human brain so well that it can teach itself to play video games. You may remember that in 2016, almost 5 years ago now, its AlphaGo program comprehensively defeated the world's best player in the infinitely subtle game of Go. Now, this was not an example of the number crunching power of the supercomputer. It wasn't like IBM's Deep Blue beating Garry Kasparov at chess all those years ago. Instead, it was a demonstration of creativity. The prospect of an artificial brain to match or even surpass our human brain is no longer something dreamt about only in science fiction. But what does the advance of AI mean to us now and in the immediate future? We already have robotic, autonomous weapons with the ability to select their own targets, the ability to kill their own targets. At the moment, we demand that there should be humans in command of them. But for how much longer? We have self-driving automobiles. Google has invested in them. Apple is doing the same thing. Lots of car companies are developing them. But we don't as yet allow those cars on the road without a human being in the car, just in case. We already have factories, even hotels, where robots are almost entirely, but not yet completely, in command. But the challenges are obvious. What does the advance of AI mean for employment, for society? What are the ethical issues for governments? What are the practical problems for insurance companies? The advance of artificial intelligence, I think, is obviously unstoppable. Our task is not just to adapt to the challenge of AI, but to profit from it. We cannot and we must not escape the world of algorithms, but we must make sure that the algorithms are our servants and not our masters. So that basically is the challenge for our panelists today in this conference. And I'd like, first of all, for the first panel, to ask Gabriela Ramos, the Assistant Director General of Human and Social Sciences at UNESCO, to take the floor, or to take the computer. Let's be in a virtual world, I'm afraid. Gabriela, por favor.
Thank you so much, John, and thank you for inviting me. I think that you have really laid the ground for an interesting conversation today. And actually, I have been dealing with the question of the digital transformation and artificial intelligence for the last decade, be it in the G20 or in the OECD, and now at UNESCO. And the questions you are posing in terms of the developments and the power of these technologies and how much they are going to enhance our humanity or create more divisions, I think this is the core of the question. How much these technologies are going to be inclusive, how much these technologies are going to help us address the challenges that we are facing in terms of inequalities, in terms of climate change. We should not forget that they are tools, and we humans are the ones that decide what they should be doing. And this is a question that we need to ask in this very important conversation. The context is, of course, the COVID pandemic. And we are at awe at the services that artificial intelligence has delivered in the context of this very great shock that we have been suffering, because it has not only provided for us to be connected as we are now, but they have really helped to read all these thousands of data to understand the behavior of the virus, help to produce a vaccine in a record time, help to track the virus to control the pandemic. And so we know that the services that they can provide is just enormous, and the health sector has benefited massively. We know also that they can provide a huge boost to the global economy to the size of 14% by 2030. 13% of the global economy is equal to the whole size of China and India together. So we know that there is this promise, and all of us are really impressed by the power of these technologies, even to be connected like now and to see you so well through these means. We know that they are very promising, but we know that with great power comes great responsibility. And we need to address a number of issues around how AI is developed, who is developing it, and how do we ensure that when we develop these technologies, we have at the core the respect of our values as human beings, the moral ground, human rights and human dignity, and this is what we stand at UNESCO. Of course, it worries us when large corporations can decide who should use the communication platforms, but have no clear accountability for the content and the algorithms that they might channel their users towards hate speech, conspiracy theories, or other inflammatory discussions. We know that the negative impact that it had in our democratic processes. It also worries us for competition processes when we know that algorithms will always bring consumers to certain providers who are the owners of the platforms. And this is the kind of issues that the US is now dealing with the Google case. We know how much AI can also help governments to be more efficient and to deliver better services. But at the same time, if governments are going to be collecting data and using it against their citizens for authoritarian rules, we are, of course, very worried. And therefore, the question stands the same. How do we control the downside risks? How do we ensure that we channel the incentives and that we create the space that these technologies will deliver for everybody? How do we make them more inclusive? I can tell you that 80% of the developments in the software world are done by male-only teams. And we know that women are absent from these technologies. So we need to upscale the game to ensure that everybody benefits. We know that SMEs don't have access to the vast amount of data that could put them in a position to ensure that everybody benefits. We know that SMEs don't have access to the vast amount of data that could put them in a position to compete and provide good services. So I feel that this is what we need to discuss today. And it's not about whether you have regulation or not. Regulation is important. We would have never left the food industry or the automobile industry to self-regulate themselves. But we need good regulation. We need regulation that include the incentives to go for good and that does not stifle innovation. But this is not the case up to now. And I feel that the principles that we develop on privacy, on transparency, on accountability, on responsibility and trust and so on, that is core also to the recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence that we are producing at UNESCO, have been there for quite some time, but they are implemented in a very uneven manner. Whether governments want to do it or not, or whether they have the capacity of do it or not, whether they are effective or not. We have now a lot of movement in the policy field. We have the directives in the European Commission. We have the cases in the US regarding the algorithms and regarding the unfair competition purposes. We have the data flow with trust in Japan. And we have the global south, where we have still half of the population that is not connected. So I feel that we need to take a hard look at how to get it right from the competition point of view. And at UNESCO, as I mentioned, we are developing the recommendation on ethics for artificial intelligence because we cannot overregulate. We cannot codify everything. We need to leave to humans that are the ones that are creating this innovation to develop their own tools to avoid going into the wrong directions. And this is the recommendation all about. We're looking at how do we develop an ethical impact assessment that governments and individuals can use by themselves and that can also inform the development of good regulatory practices. We do it with what UNESCO stands for education, for culture, for science, but we also put it at the service for everybody that would like to have this tool to ensure that whenever there are biases, whenever there are stereotypes, whenever there is exclusion, there is a tool that can help you reflect on how to ensure that these technologies deliver for good and help us, as I said at the beginning, enhance our humanity and the way we need to live together. So thank you so much. It's going to be a fantastic conversation, and I'm looking forward to hearing to the panelists that you have gathered together in this impressive conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabriel. May I ask you a few questions? Basically, but there is obviously a great digital divide in the world. And from what I hear you saying, there's also an increasing AI divide, an artificial intelligence divide. I mean, it's all very well to say that we must do this, we must do that, but actually, does any organization have the capability to really narrow this divide? I mean, if you think in terms of the venture capital needed for artificial intelligence, it's all basically in the global north and in particular in the global west. What are the prospects really for developing something which will actually narrow the divide? And so we don't have a world in which you've got algorithms for the haves and not for the have-nots.
Well, I would not even start with the algorithms, John. I will start with the access to big data. Right now, we have a world in which those that are able to collect data, to curate data, to have the best data scientists are the ones that are going to be producing the most impressive innovations. And therefore, I would start by giving access to data to everybody that could use it for their own purposes. It's not going to spring off everywhere the capacity to be developing very complicated softwares or products in the AI world. But if you don't even have access to data, how would you do it? And this is something that I feel we have not been brave enough to discuss because there is this is gold mine, and therefore you have the questions of IPR to solve. You have the questions of, but we need to tackle those issues. And then, of course, you need to tackle the issues of skills. You need to tackle the issues of the infrastructure. You need to tackle the issues of capacities in the government for good incentives and regulations. But let's just start by giving access to data for the companies to be able to develop their products.
But the data is being collected by companies. You think of the FANGs, the Facebook, the Apple, etc., Google. That how does one actually democratize that data? I mean, we have become the products. We are the data that they then sell. We think we're getting all this information free, but of course we're not. I mean, if you were a politician in America, would you be arguing for an antitrust case, for example, against Facebook or Google or whatever?
No, I think that you really need to start with how you classify data. Who owns the data? Data has a value in itself, and it belongs to the individuals that put it in the platform to access certain services. But this is not the case today. You are not rewarded by Facebook when they use your data, or by these platforms when they use their data. So I feel that we need to get back the control of how the data is used and how it's abused sometimes. You mentioned the neural networks that have been developed. We now at UNESCO, our Intergovernmental Committee on Bioethics, are looking at the neural protection, because the fact is that using this data, you can actually activate certain emotions, and Shoshana from Harvard has proven how this can trigger really bad outcomes. But the fact is that we are under regulating the data of who owns it, how you use it, and how do you need to be accountable for its use. And we're lagging behind, but I know that many countries, and particularly the US and Europe, I mean, Europe is leading in this space, are looking at how to differentiate the different data that is being accessed and to give back the power of controlling this information by those that own it, who is the individual.
Yes, I mean, I take your point, especially on a theoretical basis, but I do wonder what practical steps can be made. I mean, the GDPR.
Practical steps, very straightforward. You just develop a framework in which data can be shared. And this is something that had been opposed by some platforms. Some have been more generous to, for example, allow for accessing their data by researchers. But I think that we need to look into these issues and become much more able or capable to define how to do it, because as usual, this is the general idea, but you are completely right. The how to do it is much more difficult, and the implementation is more difficult. But we need to start asking the right questions.
Yes, I mean, I entirely agree with you. I think on the practicalities, if you look at any, if you go onto Apple, for example, you will get a long screed of terms and conditions, and nobody will ever read that long screed. They will simply click, yes, I agree, at the very end. They won't bother to read it. And it seems to me that that is a huge social problem, unless you can somehow convince human beings, individuals, that actually that their data, which they theoretically own, is actually being sold without their knowledge, and that it harms them, then their own behavior won't change.
No, but I think that you should not put it on the individual. I actually think that is very unfair that you need to be reading these thousands of pages when you are in a hurry looking for an information that you need to. I mean, it's just completely unfair. It's for the government. The government has the duty of care, and I don't want a big government controlling everything, but I want a government that really delivers on the duty of care, to ensure that whatever is put in we need at least to standardize these things, because every single platform use their own formula and their own way of doing things. We need to standardize things. We need to make it more easier for the individuals to decide. And we don't need to, and you are touching upon the very important point. Who understands these things? Who reads these things? And then when you go into the options, you might not find your own option. You find the options they want to provide you. And therefore, I think there is a need to look at how do we engage really in an effective manner with the owners of the data, who is the citizens, for them to decide how they want the data to be used or not. This is a very important, fundamental democratic issue, and we are not tackling it the way we should.
What do you think? I mean, I entirely accept your point, but if you take the case now in Australia, the battle between the Australian government and Google about whether Google should actually have to pay Australian media outlets for the links that Google makes in its search engine to those outlets. I mean, Google is at the moment refusing to budge. What does this mean in a sort of in a democratic world? Are we actually condemned to, in a sense, the fragmentation of the internet?
No, but the problem, I think that this is exactly the most important element of this discussion, that the major elements of what should be the regulatory framework for these technologies should be global. And we have not been able to advance on it. Let's see what the Biden administration will think about these issues. I feel that they have been more in the laissez-faire, no? Very hands-off regulatory framework, let them alone. I think the mentality behind this stance was to think that these were growing industries that we need to really ensure that they grow and that they deliver higher innovations. I think they're really mature. They can stand better regulations. The EU had been more into protecting the citizens, and therefore when they launched the GDPR, everybody said, "Oh my God, but this is too much." Now is the reference point for everything. So I don't think that going alone and fighting with the big platforms, each government on its own, will solve the issue. We really need to come together to look at the whole framework and how do we do it. We're trying to do it at UNESCO, and I'm working also with the US platforms with these recommendations on ethical impact assessment. But this is a recommendation, but it's at least to get together and reach a common understanding of what are the issues. I feel it's time to really look at a global regulatory framework. Every country will implement it the way it can. You need to protect, of course, IPR. You need to foster innovation. but you also need to move the pendulum that had been so into the self-regulation into something that is more solid for the citizens. We know now that that the industry is ready to do so, and we have seen the trends. The fact is not only that they have the data, the fact is that they build the algorithms in certain ways to favor for commercial purposes, and this cannot be only informed by commercial purposes, because it's created a world that is damaging our democracy, is damaging our it's producing these echo chambers, and with all the good contributions they are making, but we have this responsibility to protect these downsides and to change the business model. And I'm sorry, this is the fact. We need to work together with the industry to change the business model to make it more solid and more inclusive.
Do you see any sympathy on their part from the businesses? I mean, they obviously do fear bad publicity. Are they actually, in your discussions with them, do you find a willingness to collaborate and to see what can genuinely be done? I ask because I was just listening to the former Prime Minister of Denmark this morning on the radio. She is now on a panel, which will be an independent panel to assess Facebook and watch who should or should not be allowed to post on Facebook. I found it fascinating. This obviously Facebook does worry about its reputation. Now, what do you say?
Well, I would just quote Mark Zuckerberg when he went to the hearings in the Senate. He said, "Yes, regulate me." I don't think that they will be against regulation when they see these downsides. You think they are very comfortable when they need to ban a president from using their platforms? This was a decision based on moral ground, and a decision that I suppose was very hard to take by these platforms. But in the verge of this insurrection and these problems in the streets, they had to do it, but they didn't have the legal basis to do that. Don't you think that they will be more comfortable if there was a more solid legal framework that will decide for them and not put it at the hot spot like it did? I think it's in their own benefit.
I'm puzzled. You say, well, I agree with you, but I'm puzzled that you say they didn't have the legal basis. Surely, as a private company, I'm sure somewhere in their terms and conditions, they would have said,
"No,
we have." No, not at all.
No, they have. This is a judgment call. It was a judgment call, and they use the legal framework in the sense that they could decide whether they put an information that is going to be damaging, and they decided not to do it. But remember the provision 230 of the Decency Act. They are not accountable for the content. This is the basis that needs to change. That's what I'm saying, that regulations are outdated. And it will be more comfortable for them to be on a solid legal ground from the legal framework that is not them to decide it. They can have their own rules as companies, but the whole rule of law is defined by the government. And what they have now is this complete lack of accountability because of provision 230. And I think we need to refine that. And I think that they will be very comfortable, because who can be comfortable when your platform is being used for the most extreme conspiracy theories and creating all this distrust?
Would that then make them publishers responsible for the content, just as a newspaper or a radio station or a TV station?
And why not, John?
Rather than platform.
Why not?
I mean,
you, the economist, you are bound to these rules.
Absolutely, I would be in favor of that. Yes, absolutely. My
question is, why not? Why not translating the rule of law that we have in the analog world to the digital world? It works.
Do you think you'll get there? And if so, when?
I think that we have no time to lose. I think we have no time to lose. The kind of divisions, the kind of aggression, the hate speech. You know, UNESCO is working a lot tracking hate speech. It's just producing outcomes that are very, very dangerous. The stereotyping, the stigma, the lack of understanding among cultures, and And I would just be so happy if I was one of these platforms to work together with the government to ensure that we leave the free space and the benefits that they have brought to humanity, but also to control the downsides, which is the responsibility of the governments. Of course, doing it in a stakeholder debate, you know.
Yes. Gabriela, I wish you the very best of luck. I think actually we're on the same side on this. Mil gracias. I hope you have a very good day. Thank you so much for being with us. And now let's take a 5-minute break for the next panel.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Mil gracias.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Para
So, welcome back, everybody, after our short break, getting everybody connected. Actually, I missed a question from the audience because it came right at the end of Gabriela Ramos's intervention. But I thought it was a rather interesting question from Dimitris Zisis. He says, interesting points from Ms. Ramos, but the focus seems to be on private data. What about government-held data? Very interesting point, and I'm sure that will come up later in the day. But our panel now is about employment and the workplace in the COVID-19 era. And I'd like to introduce for this panel Mark Keys, who's the head of skills and the employability division at the OECD. Lucky man based in Paris, I imagine. Isidoros Sidaridis, who is the chief executive officer of Prabuca, which basically specializes in sharing business contacts, and Eleni Lamprou, who's a research fellow from the Alba Graduate Business School at the American College of Greece. So without any further ado, Mark, you have the virtual floor.
We've talked a lot about, new fears about large-scale job losses associated with artificial intelligence. But I think it's also important to highlight that there have been concerns raised about employee well-being and fairness more generally, as AI is being used increasingly to monitor workplace performance and make decisions about hiring and firing. But I think we should also recognize that AI has the potential to complement and augment human capabilities, and this can lead to higher productivity, greater demand for human labor, and improved job quality. So basically, the question is AI something to be feared in the workplace or something to be welcomed? I think we have to sort of recognize, well, what is AI in the first place, and recognize that it can take many different forms in the workplace, and some are more visible than others. For example, it may be embedded in software that performs natural language processing and generation, such as chatbots. It may be used to generate predictions to support decision-making, or used in image or facial recognition. And it can be used to control the movements of a robot or a vehicle, or monitors workers' performance. So in the end, this means that different workers will experience AI in different ways with potentially different labor market consequences. The other thing about AI, which sets it apart from perhaps other technological innovations and makes it hard to predict its impact on the labor markets are three things. First, it's a general purpose technology. So it has the potential to be applied in many different sectors and occupations, and actually itself may spur on complementary innovations. So this puts AI in the same league as computing, electrification, and the steam engine, and it implies a greater potential for job losses, but also a greater potential to benefit workers. Secondly, AI is actually performing a growing range of non-routine cognitive tasks as a result of recent quantum leaps in its problem-solving, logical reasoning, and perception capabilities. This means that even some high-skilled occupations such as radiologists, lab technicians, engineers, lawyers have become highly exposed to AI. So it's no longer just a question of low-skilled factory workers whose jobs are menaced by AI and automation. However, the evidence suggests that high-skilled workers remain more capable or better positioned to take advantage of the benefits that AI brings. But if AI mostly complements high-skilled workers and mostly replaces low-skilled workers, it could further increase income inequality, and I think this is an ongoing concern with AI. Thirdly, AI has the potential to change the work environment, both for the good and for the bad. And I think the jury is actually still out on what is its net impact on the work environment. AI's ability to collect and process large amounts of data makes an attractive tool to support management decision-making, from monitoring worker productivity or communications to assessing job candidates and organizing training. However, these applications also entail significant risks for the quality of people's work environment. A lack of transparency and accountability around algorithmic predictions may make employees feel insecure and lead to biases in recruitment or firing decisions. Extensive monitoring using AI may increase work pressure and generate stress. So overall, what is different this time with AI? How does it differ from previous ways of innovation? Well, according to a recent survey by the OECD of the empirical evidence on job losses, what we see is that so far to date, we do not see massive increases in job losses or some version of technological unemployment. If anything, prior to the COVID crisis, employment had been growing overall. But we see that this job growth was not uniform and weaker or negative in occupations facing the greatest risk of automation. We also see that real wage growth prior to the COVID crisis had been stagnant for many workers over recent years in several OECD countries. And this may reflect an increasing concentration in the labour market dominated by a small number of firms at the forefront of the digital revolution. But I think what's important to emphasise is that these impacts of AI on the labour market are not inevitable. Workers can be given opportunities to reskill or upskill in order to adapt to the reorganisation of tasks and the emergence of new tasks, and to weather potential job loss and to shift to new jobs. So with the right policies and institutions in place, the risk of AI for job loss, alienating workers and widening inequalities can instead be managed and transformed into more rewarding jobs and greater well-being for all. So it's a question, ultimately, of political will. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. I'm intrigued that you mentioned the chatbot. I hate chatbots, and it's always a real struggle to get through to a human being and work out how to defeat the chatbot so you actually finally get through to a human. But we'll come back to all that sort
John,
of
I think what you'll find there, John, is that with recent sort of quantum leaps in the quality of the chat box, sometimes you're not even aware that you're talking to one, and think you may be actually even talking to a human. So, and think you may be actually even talking to a human. So that I think that's the future.
The Turing test will have been successfully succeeded. Yes, absolutely. Exactly. Thank you very much, Mark. Isidoros, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John. Can we start also my presentation, my deck? Okay, great. Hello, I am the CEO of Pobuka and so glad that we organized this AI event with The Economist. Pobuka is the customer experience company. We leverage AI to help brands and retailers offer better experiences towards their customers. I love technology and science, and I urge you to follow me at pobuka.com/Isidoros or at LinkedIn and exchange ideas from there. Today, I'm going to talk about the social implications of AI and how it's going to affect the job market. First of all, this is me in 1984, and this is my first computer. I love technology, and I'm definitely a tech enthusiast. I'm saying this in advance because, as you will see next, I'm not going to describe an optimistic future with AI unless we are very, very proactive. AI will change our world and humanity in the next 50 years more than any other technology in the past. Our civilization will be split before and after AI, and this change has already started happening. This is a statement by the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights, and I totally agree. It asks to regulate AI, since it may improve our lives dramatically, but it can also destroy it. However, in order to regulate something, you should predict how it's going to evolve, and this is very, very hard with AI. Until now, in every technological advancement, I could imagine the future with optimism and decent accuracy. This is not the case, though, with artificial intelligence. I cannot predict how AI will change the society, the humanity, our world. I have 10 different main scenarios in my mind, and with all the branches, they make more than 1,000 alternatives. Now comes the question, who is going to regulate AI, politicians or the business world? In a previous Economist event, I was asked about this, and I answered politicians without a second thought. AI is so important for humanity that it should not be controlled by profit organizations, even though Pobuka is a profit organization. Now that I'm thinking about this answer again, It could also be that I don't want the business world, thinking of myself as part of it, to mess with this hot potato. I admire in advance the politicians that will have the courage to build an AI framework for the society. In August, I read this article about AI and that AI always performed better than a human fighter pilot. However, I want us to focus on how the human pilot will feel. Pilots are extremely trained and well paid, and in the near future, AI will replace them. Will they have the courage to start looking for new careers? For the first time in history, AI will displace high-skilled white-collar jobs. Until now, although innovation killed some jobs, it created new and better ones. I believe this will not be the case with AI though. These times, jobs will be killed, period. A study of Oxford University says that 47% of today's jobs could be automated in the next 2 decades, and this is a huge number that cannot be replaced. Even if we do have enough high-skilled jobs for everybody, people's abilities are by default unequal. To put it simply, some people may not be capable of doing high-skilled jobs that will be left by AI. Maybe a solution could be to change the education system and focus on cognitive abilities and social skills that are prerequisites for any human-centric job in the future. However, rising inequality will bring anger and income gaps will broaden, causing huge social disorder. Still, optimists say that this will not be a long-term problem, since with AI, the global GDP will rise. The problem now is how we should share the increased wealth produced by every AI to everybody. A solution could be the universal income. In other words, anyone was born to have a reasonable income even without working. Still, will the people be really happy? How would the society react if 50% of its people are actually unemployed, living by a universal income? What about the fulfillment you feel when you do something important? Or at least you think so. Apart from work careers, what will be the new social rewards to give people a meaning in their lives? Let me now tell a short story about Milton Friedman. When he traveled to China in the 1960s, he visited a work site for a new canal. He was shocked to see that instead of modern tractors and machines, the workers had shovels, and the government bureaucrat explained that you don't understand, this is not a jobs program. This is not a canal, this is a jobs program. And then Friedman replied, "Oh, I thought you were trying to build a canal. If it's jobs that you want, why don't you give them spoons instead of shovels?" Maybe because of AI, we should invent the spoons of the 21st century. The most radical idea that I heard was to officially set targets and rewards through video games so that people could give a meaning to their lives. In the beginning, I was shocked. But then I thought of my childhood hero, Michael Jordan. He certainly felt very important and had a purpose in his life, while the only thing that he did was to put a ball in a basket. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you very much indeed, Isidoros. Fascinating. And I do take your point, actually. I think Mark may want to get back on this later, but the threat that there could be to high-skilled jobs and maybe low-skilled jobs could be actually advantaged. For example, I think probably we will still need plumbers in the future, but we won't need nearly as many lawyers or, dare I say, journalists if you can get robots writing company reports or going through the humdrum stuff of an M&A program. But let's get back to that later. Eleni, now, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by briefly discussing the current context. So let me say that early evidence suggests that the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the digital transformation across several industries and not merely at the level of business models. The way that work is organized changed at a large scale, primarily through a transition to remote working. This change occurred abruptly and with very limited time for preparation and experimentation. Yet, organizations and individuals demonstrated a remarkable degree of adaptability. The extent to which such change will persist in the future remains to be seen. For instance, in some cases, the increased familiarity with alternative working models may alleviate past concerns, while in others, the disruption at a business model level may prompt shifts in the organization of work in the long run. Now, within this context of accelerated digital transformation, the momentum of artificial intelligence can only be expected to strengthen and its application become more pervasive. Organizations of varied size and position in the market may now find value in AI or view AI as a necessary element of adaptation to the environment. Existing working models may be enhanced through the opportunities afforded by AI in automation, decision-making, coordination, and evaluation of work. AI can also be expected to find further applications in fields and professions that were traditionally considered immune to displacement due to their emphasis on human interaction and situational judgment, such as medicine, law, or the creative industries. As the applications of AI become more pervasive, it is not only the demand for professionals with technical skills in the design, development, and deployment of such systems that will increase. For instance, in the cases where AI systems incorporate a degree of human assistance, professionals are likely to be expected to focus on tasks that require higher-order cognitive functions, such as analytical thinking and complex problem solving. Also, an agile mindset, as well as enhanced skills in human interaction, such as increased responsiveness and empathy. In terms of the impact of AI on the labor market, it is anticipated that AI will not result to an overall contraction of employment. As certain jobs become displaced, primarily those related to production work, office support, and customer service, new jobs will also be created. These jobs will not be limited to the development or actual use of such systems, but also to emerging areas, such as managing risks to human rights or managing sustainability issues arising from AI. Certainly, as AI becomes more pervasive, vigilance is warranted as to ensure that such forecasts meet reality. What is real, even on this day, is that the skill set of individuals whose jobs become displaced does not necessarily match the required skill set for these new jobs. Certain populations appear to be more vulnerable to current and impending shifts in the labor market, such as women, youth, mature workers, ethnic minorities, and people with a limited educational background. In the AI-shaped world of work, developing policies and strategies that support the workforce through transitions as a core. Interestingly, in modern career development, there is a tendency to assign responsibility for transitions to the individual. It is the individual who is expected to demonstrate the resilience and insight as to construct their professional identity and make appropriate adjustments. Such an approach sets the collective backdrop of the situation we are presented with. There is significant space for intervention, both by institutions and organizations, as to develop human-centered practices that ensure lifelong learning, development of transferable skills, as well as appropriate support and protection for individuals during transitions between jobs or in and out of the job market.
Thank you very much indeed, Eleni. Christopoli. Fascinating. You mentioned the word, Eleni, empathy. Now, algorithms, I presume, are not capable of empathy. Human beings are. But what does that really mean in the context of the economy and of the workplace? Let me actually not get you to answer that question, but ask it of Mark. How do you see empathy coming? I mean, we're all working from home at the moment. Is that going to become a semi-permanent case, in which case perhaps empathy is somehow has to be transmitted along the neural network of the internet? Well,
John,
the question is to you.
Yeah, so that's a very good question, John. And I think empathy is one of those skills that it will be difficult for AI. They can emulate it to some extent. I mean, no doubt in the future. Already they've got chatbots that and at appropriate times to make you think you're actually talking to a human being and saying, "Oh, really?" and "Sorry to hear that." And so simulate.
Are you alleging that?
But
Mark,
but I'm not sure to what extent they can.
Are you implying that the British Prime Minister is actually an algorithm with his ums and ahs?
No, I think he's much more complex than that, despite perhaps appearance. But what's important is not just the empathy; it's the full suite of social and emotional skills that humans have that AI sort of will continue to sort of struggle with, and I think it's an important point that Eleni raised about, there will be new jobs created. And it's not always just in the high-skilled area, which I think Isidoros is worried about what happens to sort of people that don't have great educational qualification. Well, they might not have great educational qualifications, but they may have those caring skills, they may have those empathy skills, they may have skills in terms of mindfulness. And it's quite interesting to see the research that's done when they look at what occupations are at high risk of AI taking away those tasks from them and which are at low risk. And you see that actually at low risk, there are some relatively low-skilled jobs such as massage therapist and even jobs like plasterers and stucco workers. So there is a surprising range of jobs at the low end in terms of formal sort of skills that perhaps will not disappear even despite AI developments. I think the other thing is just we need to use AI appropriately. So even for high-skilled workers, some of their tasks, like for journalists, some of the more boring, routine tasks can be taken over by AI. But that doesn't mean that there'll be no place for journalists. I mean, you'll be able to express more fully and concentrate on the creative aspects of being a journalist. So that's important. And again, Eleni raises an important point. How do we give those skills? And Isidoros did as well, which is, we have to start off very sort of young. So at school, teach the skills that will set people apart from AI. Teach those skills. And many of these skills, even skills like social and emotional intelligence, can actually be taught. Problem-solving skills in face of uncertainty, they can be taught, and we should start teaching them at an extremely young age, and that's important.
Isidoros, I mean, the floor is yours now, because I think it's actually quite an important point that Mark has brought up. And I rather admired your hero worshipping of Michael Jordan. And I mean, that whole idea of sports and games and so on is a fascinating area, and one which actually in a sense it's separate from AI. I mean, okay, gamification is not, but netball and basketball and baseball and so on, they all are essentially human. They cannot be replicated by machines or by algorithms.
Yeah, this is right, John. So I have two comments. I will start with the final thing that you said about sports. With sports, the only problem is that there are physical limitations. I mean, in order to be really competitive to basketball, you have to be up to 40, let's say. So physical sports could be, let's say, a purpose generator for younger generations. But for older people, we should find mental rewards that everybody can participate no matter his or her age. That's why I think that video games or strategic video games or social video games could be a solution to this problem. My other comment has to do about the skills that are going to be replaced by AI. So I agree, nobody wants to be served by a robot bartender. So the bartender job it's a blue collar job, but I don't think that it's going to be replaced by AI or a robot, because the AI and the robot has to pretend that has emotions, has to be programmed to emulate emotions. However, jobs that have to do with ERP, with IQ, like a chess player, it's not a job, it's a hobby, like a fighter pilot. A fighter pilot has to do with reflexes, IQ, fast decision making, and such kind of jobs, I think, are going to be replaced by AI. And this is the first time in history that such a thing happens. And the social disorder, I think, will mostly come because some people that are pilots, and they are very much trained, they get lots of money, and before AI, they never thought that their skill set and their job is going to be replaced by an AI. But now this is the first time that this is going to happen. We talk a lot about taxi drivers, lorry drivers. These people may, they may be aware that their jobs will be replaced. However, not people like pilots, not people like translators, which are mental jobs. And I think that AI in the future will perform better than them, and they will have to find something new to do as a job, and something new to fulfill their lives with.
Well, sadly, of course, an awful lot of those pilots are having to look for other jobs now because COVID has basically destroyed the world tourism industry, which is, I think, the sector that people like Mark would have thought was, the great engine of GDP growth and social equality and progress for the next 20, 30, 40 years. I mean, we all expected that. But I have a question from Javier Poveda Figueroa. He says, I think that one of the most difficult concerns in AI is the capacity of taking ethical decisions. Sometimes there is no black and white decision to make, and to take a good decision requires a great level of reflexivity for taking the best decision. Ethics cannot be mathematizable. It's a great word, mathematizable. In a way, that goes back to Eleni's point about empathy. Eleni, what do you think?
I think the question is quite pertinent in two ways. The first is that indeed, traditionally, fields or professions that required situational judgment and ethical decisions do carry a significant load in terms of the situational judgment required, were expected not to be easily replaced or displaced due to the developments in the AI field. However, it has become evident that to a certain extent, this can be the case. And the issue of ethics is an issue that is quite important when we discuss AI, not only with regards to the extent that AI applications can make ethical decisions, but also regarding the extent to which AI applications are designed in ethical ways. So both of these issues need to be taken into consideration when we discuss the issue of AI and its relation to ethics. I have to say that overall, my understanding is that the issue of managing risks to human rights and other ethical issues arising from AI are slowly but steadily, especially in larger corporations, coming to the center of the attention. It is a hot issue. It is an issue that requires a lot of debate at several levels. I would also here concur with Isidoros' concern about the extent to which it is politicians and not business leaders that need to be concerned about the framework in which AI applications will find their place. So I believe that ethics is an issue that needs to concern us, not only in terms of the extent to which AI can make ethical decisions, but also to the extent that AI applications are designed in an ethical manner and within a framework that allows us to be certain to a good extent that human rights and other ethical concerns are met.
But I mean,
John, can I step in?
Classic, Mark, yes.
Yeah, just to say, I think the ethical deployment of AI is a key issue, as Eleni says, and I think governments and business are sort of, in a sense, falling behind the curve here, and more needs to be done. We have these algorithms, and there is sort of at the moment a lack of transparency, and we see that this has resulted in various biases. For example, when AI is used in recruitment processes. We had the 2018 example of Amazon using AI to recruit, and you found that there was a strong gender bias, and they had to revise recruitment procedures as a result. And so there is an issue, who actually looks into these algorithms, who controls whether there is an inherent bias, and perhaps there'll be a new growing occupation will be carrying out algorithm audits or something to ensure that they meet certain ethical standards. But this is an issue, and just the generation of privacy, of data on people's sort of digital traces, and how that gets analyzed and managed and stored, and who has access to it. So there are a lot of ethical issues, and again, with monitoring workers' performance can be extremely intrusive, as well as have harmful effects on their motivation. So again, this is something where perhaps regulation is falling behind the curve. But it's a difficult area because there needs to be a balance. I mean, over-regulation, of course, will stifle innovation, but there is a need for some regulatory frameworks to sort of within which to deploy AI that sort of increases transparency of the use of AI.
Thank you, Mark. Isidoros, I mean, you mentioned the politicians versus the businessmen, Elon Musk, etc. How do you see the balance changing? I mean, it seems to me that you can't solve these ethical problems unless you have collaboration between politicians and the businessmen. And of course, the business types that all have huge lobbying power, etc., and will not want to do anything which impacts their immediate prosperity.
I think that the way we are going to treat with the climate change problem is going to be a very good case study of how we should also handle artificial intelligence. Like the climate change, that it's not one country's problem, it's not one continent's problem, it's a global problem, and everybody has to collaborate on this. The same applies with AI. I mean, if all the Western world decides to regulate AI and put some limits there, and China doesn't comply, it makes no sense. I mean, China is going to be so strong that all the others will be, let's say, obliged to follow China and forget the regulations. And we see that something similar actually is happening with the climate change. I mean, it's a game that either everybody is in or it doesn't make any sense. However, about the ethics, I'm not that much concerned about how AI is going to do with ethics. I know that it's a very, very hot topic in AI, but I think that humans are not doing so well with ethics. I mean, we don't have a moral code, a global moral code. We don't have, okay, it's a bad thing to murder someone. But apart from this, how we treat women, how we treat gay, how we treat children. I mean, we don't have a global moral rule to be worried what will happen if AI will not follow that rule. So I think it's the first thing is to solve it in a human level, and then we'll see what will happen with AI. That anyway, as I said before, AI doesn't have emotions. It emulates emotions when it has to communicate with people. It doesn't have by default emotions.
Actually, it's a very important point. And I'm reminded now that with our COVID problem, that in Britain, for example, there is, vaccination is being given first to the elderly and the most vulnerable, with the youngest and not allowed vaccination for a long time to come. And of course, there are moral issues involved. Are you destroying the prospects of the young people just to save a few people who are going to die quite soon anyway? I speak to someone quite elderly. I'm still waiting for my vaccination, but I hope it'll come soon. That's beside the point. A couple of questions now. Georgios Droukas says, I would like to, how can we ensure that jobs are not lost, and even if jobs are cut in the context of the application of artificial intelligence, this cannot lead to reduction in hours, and by extension, wages? It's actually quite a good question. And then Dimitros Alevizopoulos says, do you think that we run the risk of making AI so advanced that people will not have the adequate skills to understand and manage AI, and then observe a considerable portion of population will reject it and regard it as the source of evil? In the end, the risk is about society and equality and how we can progress in future. Well, that's true enough. Mark, what about the reduction in hours? I mean, I seem to remember that John Maynard Keynes way back was saying we could look forward to a working week of just 15 hours, and he was rather looking forward to that, as I think a lot of us would.
Well, John, I mean, first of all, we've got to recognise that already for many of us, we already do have working weeks of, say, 20 hours or less. I mean, look at the incidence of part-time. Now, of course, you could argue, you know, was this a voluntary choice to work part-time or not? And, you know, many women are working part-time. So many women already are on, you know, very reduced hours. And if we take countries like the Netherlands, which are the champions of part-time work, including for men. So I think we see that already in practice. I mean, there's nothing stopping working fewer hours. I think that the other part of the question was, well, how do we ensure that even working less hours, how do we guarantee a certain income? And that raises all questions about our hourly productivity. If that's sufficiently high, then working fewer hours will still maintain our incomes or even increase our income. So that's important. More generally about job destruction and job creation, well, this has been ongoing for a long time. We have, when we think about every year, even in good times, there is massive churning in the labour market in terms of jobs being lost and jobs being created. And the thing is how to facilitate that. That's where AI can be both part of the problem, perhaps increasing that churn and ensuring that even higher skilled workers are no longer sort of can just remain apart from that. But it can also be part of the solution as well. So, for example, we know that all of us have to be sort of about regularly updating our skills or even possibly reskilling if we were pilots and have lost our jobs. How do we do that? Well, we've seen massive increases during the COVID crisis in terms of online learning. And AI can be very helpful in identifying what skills we have, what skills don't we have, what are appropriate courses, and then delivering those courses, again, in a more sort of human-centered way, even if it's being driven by AI, so that it's more personalized for our convenience. So that can be part of the solution. But again, we see that some people are sort of less equipped to use those online courses. They don't have the digital skills necessary. So we have to empower people. And this is Eleni's point. I mean, it's true that there has been some increasing focus, the state shifting some responsibilities to people. And I think that is an issue. To what extent should that continue? But I don't think it's an issue if you empower individuals to make the right decisions. And so if you give individuals the tools to make the right decisions, then shifting some responsibility to them away from the nanny state is not necessarily a bad thing, as long as you give them the tools. So again, career guidance is important. Before, we were only applying career guidance to sort of students at school, thinking about what they were going to do when they left school, got career guidance. Now it needs to be delivered to all adults, and that's happening. New Zealand has a great example of where people can go online, answer a lot of questions about their experience, work experience and skills, and then they get an assessment of where they made, what other jobs they possibly could have, given their current skills and experience, and then what training they may need to do that. That has to be extended more generally to adults, to give them the possibility to work out where can they move to next, and just more generally encourage adults to sort of take a more positive attitude towards learning. This is something not to be feared, but something to be embraced. And that's a huge challenge, because a lot of people are not doing training because it's necessarily not offered to them, but just because they don't find it interesting or don't think it's worthwhile or don't see how it would improve their lives. And that has to change.
Thank you. We're running out of time, but I think in a way Isidoros has already answered part of that question by suggesting the universal basic income, which I think is also an idea which has quite a following in the Netherlands. But let me leave the last word to Eleni. Can you comment on the idea of AI as the source of all evil?
First, I would like to say that Mark's discussion of the issues surrounding learning was extremely insightful. I think that the points raised in many ways encapsulate both the challenges but also the opportunities that we have in terms of getting people ready for this new world of work. And I would like to say that the concept of lifelong learning should be at the center of our attention, and how we can support people throughout their lives through the transitions that they are going to face more often than the previous generation. But to the question that you ask me now, John, I would like to say that as the more that we engage with AI, in my opinion, the more the central question is what makes a human human. So if we try to understand what is the core of a human being and what are the qualities and the skills that arise from being human, then we can better understand what may be the limits of AI, or what the limits are, what we want them to be, as well as how to avoid the evil. I don't see developments in AI as evil, to the extent that we focus on humanity, what makes the human human, and to the extent that we focus on how we can resolve the ethical issues that arise from the application of AI. And I think the point you made earlier about how we can ensure collaboration between several stakeholders towards this end is very important and needs to become more pertinent in our discussions.
Thank you very much. That's a very empathetic conclusion to what I think has been a fascinating panel. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you, Eleni. Thank you very much, Isidoros. Fascinating panel. And now we'll take a 5-minute break before the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Welcome back from your break. And now it's a real pleasure to go on to something which, of course, may have affected us all at some point. Cybersecurity. It affects us both, obviously, at the level of nations, but also if you think of scams by the people trying to get into your bank account, etc., at the individual level. So we have two people for this panel. Jamie Woodruff, who is described as Europe's #1 ethical hacker, which is going to be very interesting. And then Minos Garoufakis, who is the director of the Management Systems Institute at Athena BC and the Technical University of Crete. Jamie, you are the white hat hacker. So here we go. Over to you.
Yeah, so I just want to really mainly talk about social engineering. I'll give you a bit more of an introduction to who I am. I started hacking when I was 9 years old. I'm both autistic and dyslexic. Struggled to read and write, but pick up programming languages and foreign languages very well. Went to school, got expelled from high school, which is ironic because there's now a plaque outside my high school with most influential former student, Jamie Woodruff. Went to college. I got kicked out of college after 3 months, ended up going to university, studying computer information systems at university. I'm known for hacking, major companies around the world. I gave all my exploits back and built a name for myself, and then started traveling around, speaking for financial institutions and private firms about cybersecurity. So my main specialty is social engineering. So I focus more on the human side to security, not so much on the technical side. I do hold technical certifications with MAL2, but I've always been kind of intrigued with why people do the thing, do the things that they essentially do, and what's the thought process behind that. So just to kind of bring it back at the evolutionary aspects of security, I was born in 1993, so I can't go past essentially that. But if we look at 97 to 2004, it was always about kind of viruses, malicious code, Trojans, advanced worms. 2004 to 2007, identity theft. Each one of you guys in the audience is worth 78 pence. I mean, that's the going rate for your first name, last name, your email address. The hackers even guarantee that there's a balance in your PayPal accounts before they actually sell your account. So again, it's a massive profitable space. Growing up, I'd always been intrigued with security, not so much the damaging side of things. I suppose you could call us the Banksy of the cyber world. We used to leave our digital tag and we'd move on. And in one night, you could hack over 170,000, different websites or servers or spaces online, just finding a 0-day exploit and then using that to essentially just have a poke around. That's all we wanted to do. It wasn't for financial gain, whereas nowadays it's all financial gain. Back then, we'd leave our mark and, we'd disappear to the next one. Sometimes we'd even leave a note for the sysadmin to see exactly how we was able to, essentially break in. And then from that side of things, it just kind of escalated massively to where we've got financial means nowadays where hackers will sit on infrastructure for days, months, years, essentially, just sitting there because obviously it's a lot more valuable than currency is data. And then 2010 to 2020, we talk about social engineering. Now, moving forward, every attack is going to be, about social engineering.
Thank you very much. That's fascinating. Minos, over to you.
Yeah. Hi. I actually have a few slides. I don't know if there's the visual aid.
It should be available.
Okay.
Yes, here we are.
Okay, good. So, I'm going to talk about not cybersecurity per se, but actually an ethical challenge that is actually very, very important, and I've been working on for the past few years, which is data privacy and how AI is affecting our view of data privacy and how AI has actually evolved from something that actually attacks private data to a tool for generating private data through a process that I call data synthesis, and I'll talk about briefly. So why share data, right? So what's the motivation? And I'm just listing one motivation here, which is rare diseases. So rare diseases are diseases that actually affect a very small percentage of the population. And what's the problem with these diseases? Actually, they raise a very significant statistical challenge, right? And the problem here is that essentially you don't have enough data to do any meaningful research on rare diseases if you concentrate on a single hospital or even a single country. So there's a very clear need for actually exploiting data across what we call the hospital federation. So essentially, we need to publish and share data across many hospitals. And at the same time, being a very sensitive medical data, this raises a number of issues with respect to privacy of individuals and legislation like GDPR. And whenever you actually talk about sharing data, even in disciplines like neuroscience or genomics, all these issues arise. Next slide. So what's the problem with publishing data, right? As long as we make it anonymous. So the question that arises here is, can we really anonymize data? And I'm just showing you here some statistical data where just accounts are mentioned for the number of hospital discharges in New Jersey across several different categories. And to achieve anonymity, we explored, we use a mechanism known as k-anonymity, where essentially small counts are suppressed. Right? So essentially small counts are not shown so that people are not able to make inferences about individuals. Well, it turns out that if you just release a single count, then things are fine. But if you release many of these counts, like on this table, you can end up with problems. Next slide. So what's the problem here? The problem is that by looking at these slides, you can actually make inferences, right? And this can be actually 100% accurate inferences where you can infer the counts of certain cells, or you can use statistical methods to actually bound the values within very tight bounds in other cells. So you can mount what is known as an inference attack and essentially break data privacy. And next slide. And there's actually many situations where people have released data which they thought was properly anonymized, and only a few months or a few years later, it turns out that people have been able to break privacy. And in a sense, it makes sense, right? Because whenever you publish data, you really want to make sure that that data is, in a sense, correlated to the original data. Otherwise, it's not useful. It doesn't have any utility. And whenever you have such correlations, you can essentially exploit them and discover these through these inference attacks by asking multiple queries on the data. And what's even more interesting is that AI tools, powerful AI tools like deep learning, have actually been used to mount these inference attacks on private data. And essentially, the idea here is that you use the anonymization mechanisms. You create a lot of anonymous data examples, and you can use this anonymous data to essentially train a neural network to learn these correlations automatically. So there's even no smarts required, right? So it's a completely mechanical attack, and it's very, very powerful. And I'm just showing you here an example of a very recent attack on image obfuscation systems, where you see the image at the output. It seems like completely harmless, and yet it turns out that the neural net can actually pinpoint the original image with very high accuracy. So this seems to suggest that we may actually need a better, more formal privacy model. It's maybe this whole idea of anonymous data is not the right way to go. And next slide. So differential privacy is the mechanism that I'm gonna try to pitch in this session. I think it's sort of the state of the art, the current state of the art when it comes to privacy definitions. Obviously, there's a lot of math here. I'm not going to go over it, but the basic idea is that we say that an algorithm is differentially private if by just looking at the output of the algorithm, there's no way I can tell whether a certain individual was in the algorithm's input or not. Right. So essentially, if I look at two neighboring data sets where one data set contains my data and another data set does not contain my data, then if I look at the output of the algorithm, they will look very, very similar. So I will not be able to tell whether my data was in the data set or not. Okay, and this is the whole idea of differential privacy. Next slide. So it turns out that this gives us a very formal, powerful foundation for privacy. Again, I will note that it's a property of the algorithm, not of the data, but it gives us properties that one would desire from any formal privacy framework. One such property is composability, which basically ensures that if I put a lot of differentially private components together, the result will again be differentially private. And there's also this very powerful post-processing lemma that says that whatever I do with the output of a differentially private algorithm, it will remain differentially private. There's no way I can break privacy by just processing the result of a private algorithm. Differential privacy is already deployed in the field in many scenarios. The US Census Bureau is using it to release statistics. Google and Apple are using it to collect data from mobile devices. So it's already used in the field. Okay, next slide. Now, how can we use differential privacy to actually publish data? And the whole idea here is this idea of a differentially private data synthesis. Okay, and again, I remind you that differential privacy is a property of the algorithm, not of the data. So what's the idea? The idea is that we will actually train a generative AI model from the sensitive data, right? So essentially, we do a training over the original sensitive data, and we produce a generative AI model which is guaranteed to be differentially private. So this requires some care during the training to make sure that the output is differentially private. But once we have that model, we can essentially sample points from that model to generate a synthetic data set. And this is a fake data set, right? It's obviously statistically very similar to the original data set because it's been generated from a model trained on that original data set. But at the same time, it's synthetic, it's fake. So I can essentially release it, and I'm outside the scope of GDPR and such legislations. And it's also guaranteed to be differentially private through the post-processing result that I just mentioned. So synthetic data is gathering a lot of steam in the US, as well as, you move forward just a bit too quickly. In the US as well as the EU, so NIST already had ran a differentially private synthetic data challenge a couple of years ago, which had generated a lot of interest in the US. And as I said, in the EU, it's also gathering a lot of steam as an approach for publishing data. So just to summarize, next slide. Powerful AI techniques have been used to break privacy in very recent years and among these very powerful inference attacks. But at the same time, AI can be used to ensure privacy through this idea of differentially private data synthesis. And obviously, I think there's a lot of research that still remains to be done to show that such synthetic data sets that we generate will actually be useful, and especially how they can be combined with other techniques like cryptography and so on. I think this raises a lot of interest in research and also in the practical applications of these tools. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Jamie, back to you, please. If you can elaborate on what you've been up to, what your views are on this whole subject.
Yeah, many apologies. I presumed it was a panel discussion with Manos, but I apologize in advance. So it's just really kind of looking at how the landscape's changed massively over a space of just 2 years. One incredible fact, if we look at social engineering, especially in cybersecurity, and how COVID-19 has led to a massive kind of outreach of remote workers as a really good prime example. A lot of companies and organizations around the world weren't prepared for that type of technological change. A lot of customers that I speak to and a lot of organizations that I talk to, again, it tends to be, okay, we'll have a small allocated budget in a sense for security, and when it affects us, then we'll make the change that's required and requested. But that's not really the approach that organizations should take. I mean, I was dealing with an accountancy firm, around about 4 weeks ago. They turn over around about $35 million a year. So quite, a large firm in a sense, but realistic between 30 to 50 individuals that work for that organization. And they got hit with a ransomware attack trying to buy PPE equipment from what they suspected was one of their clients. Zipped up all the files. They had no backup solutions at all in place and led to them going into administration. And this is an organization that's family run for over 60 years that all of a sudden through, this specific era has clicked on something that they shouldn't, that's essentially allowed their organization to topple down. And looking from a security kind of research perspective, we look at all the Interpol stuff that's been released recently. Up this year alone, there's been like a 22% increase in malicious domains, 36% increase in different types of malware and ransomware. But this is getting more and more sophisticated, as kind of the year goes on. Phishing scams, again, 59% impersonating medical organizations, different distributors. It's so much easier nowadays to turn up at the organization, to break in just as yourself, wearing different types of uniforms, printing your own kind of identification cards, and then gaining access to stuff that you require. Even stuff like security turntables, we can use stuff like Proximate to be able to bypass security cards to go inside organizations. Touch wood, there's never been an organization, essentially I've not been able to break into. But again, it's just about studying, especially with this remote working perspective. I can watch an organization for 1 day, 1 week, 10 weeks, 6 months. They have no idea that I'm studying, in their internal logistics, their external logistics. A lot of organizations are now putting stuff all online on their website, showing who they're working with, who they're partnered with, any new clients that they've taken on. All this information could be utilized, to breach that organization. So again, nowadays, I wouldn't attack with technology. I wouldn't try and break in via external methods. I'd turn up on site, I'd study the organization, and then break in. It's it's a lot more easier to do it that way than it is to do it remotely. But then if we look at the methodology that people are using, hackers will study an organization at length, as I've said. They will define kind of an end goal or motivation of what they require to break into that organization, the reasons why they're doing it. A lot of it now is organized crime. There's a massive rise in organized crime over the last 4 years. Again, Interpol did some really cool stuff that they released in June, their statistics. Part of the process is online reconnaissance, so we can use open source intelligence gathering tools to be able to profile employees. At the end of the day, an employee turns up for work from 9 till 5 or whatever hours they work. They don't care about the infrastructure. They're there to make a wage. They're the employees that you can, essentially utilize to break into an infrastructure. Part of the online reconnaissance, again, so going through Snapchat, LinkedIn, social media feeds, when you tweet saying, oh, well, I'm on a train today, I know you're not in the office, so I can utilize that to break into the organization. Profiling targets, so looking at, what suit you're wearing, what watch do you have? Is it kind of a high value? Are you a senior executive in that organization, or are you a low-level employee? And then selecting the attack vectors. And again, any organization is susceptible to phone spoofing attacks, phishing attacks, eavesdropping, badge surfing, baiting, diversion tactics, and many different methods. One of the ones that I like to utilize is using a really cool app that anyone can download on their phone called SpoofCoin.
Well, that's very interesting. Milos, don't be too scared.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, Milos. What I'm saying is it's too late to essentially do that. I don't disagree with what you're saying, Milos. What I'm saying is it's too late to essentially do that. You can find the needle in the haystack now. So
we don't have a lot of time, but I have a very interesting question from Apostolos Lidakis, addressed as an ethical hacker. Face this challenge, if you see one, of course.
Yeah, I think it's not really my say to comment, and I tend not to comment on cryptocurrencies, but look at the markets in the last 24 hours. I'm pretty certain that answers every question that you've pretty much said. Where the people are essentially trying to take back control, working together now. It's not kind of sole and rogue. All the information is out there all over major news outlets to answer your question. Unfortunately, given the position of who I work with, I'm not able to comment further on that. But just look at the news, man. Just look at GME. Or just look at Elon Musk's Twitter. Like, he's got rid of Tesla now off it. He's got rid of everything, and it says #Bitcoin, and he's updated his pictures to match Bitcoin. And that's Elon Musk.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
there is a power shift from east to west. If you look at HSBC's recent trading legislations that they've just released in their footnotes, it pretty much says black and white about the transfer from east to west or west to east. I'll let you pick which one. Or west to east. I'll let you pick which one. Sorry, Minos.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the question was more about the blockchain as a sort of a medium, not so much about market manipulation per se. I think certainly the blockchain is a tool that gives us a lot of functionality for at least as far as designing things like data marketplaces and digital sort of communities where people can exchange things and give us a mechanism for tracing and logging everything and audit trails and so on. I think the blockchain is a good environment for these things. Now, the fact that it can be manipulated, right, by crowds and people working together, I think that's a given, right? And as Jamie said, I think all the Reddit, GME, Robinhood stuff that's happening in the US, is basically pointing to that effect. Now, the question is whether this will actually have any long-term consequences. I think Certainly the markets we're seeing are finding ways to sort of try to limit this activity, and maybe over the next few years there will be more, or even the next few weeks or months, there will be a lot of regulatory intervention in all these mechanisms. And I think even for Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, right? It started out as a way to do money laundering, but then people started to come in with regulatory and all these mechanisms and try to sort of manage things. Now, whether these things will actually eventually work and whether we will actually be in a sort of a secure world and a private world and so on, I think that's and not be manipulated by others. I think that's a very big question, and I don't think we can answer it at this point. I think smart hackers and people like Jamie will probably always find ways to sort of work around the system. The question is, how can we evolve, and maybe how can AI help us in that respect? How can AI actually learn about these attacks and be able to help us prevent them? Now, can we have like a bulletproof world and sort of foolproof solutions? Experience tells us that that's impossible. So on that, I would definitely agree with Jamie.
Yeah, just another point on there as well. Sorry, I just wanted to make a final point. With what you were saying in regards to blockchain and moving forward, I think over the last, again, 2-3 years, it's been relatively, it's been there, but it's not essentially been mainstream, right? It's been people making a quick buck. It's only up until the last, 2 years, essentially, of where it's been very mainstream. Look at the Australian government. There's so many guidance and guidelines that they're releasing. They're building their own blockchain to essentially pay their federal workers. So a lot of organizations are adapting it, not just for kind of currency purposes, but also for transfer of information, secure, transfer of information. And the underlying principles, I like the fact that a lot of it is majoritarily, transparent. You can view the ledger, you can view the block, you can see the transfer of ownership of both assets as well as, a financial asset means. People like me can inspect the code. We can see any errors in that logic. We can see full transparency of what it is that we're utilizing. From the 90s to even the noughties, a lot of technology was proprietary, held by the organization, and they're held accountable for that data or that information. Whereas now we're moving very mainstream in the fact of open source technologies, and how a lot of stuff now online is visible to people that can understand it, or a lot of guides online for people that can't understand it, to make it very simplistic. So definitely blockchain technology is going to change the world. It's going to revolutionize the world, even from an AI perspective. The learning curves and capabilities of storing in blocks is just insanity, but you've got an audit trail from the point of origin to the destination. Whereas other coins like Mono, as an example, that duplicate transactions, make it difficult to track and trace. And, you're quite right. Bitcoin was the currency for mafia, was the currency for organized crime. But nowadays, there's a lot of regulation. I opened up a trading account on eToro today, and they wanted my national insurance number. They wanted my passport, so many different types that, 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago when I opened a trading account, it was very little information, where you could download an app that was advertising, put some money in this, give it a try, and it was literally download, create an account, and off you go trading. So, but you're quite right, yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're basically out of time. However, one thing that struck me, knowledge is power and so on. Neither of you mentioned government hacking, government cyber involvement.
Because we're not allowed, John.
If you think of, what's that?
Because we're not allowed, John.
Sorry, Jamie. No, but if you think of the cyber attacks that Russia, Iran, the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia are all making on their perceived enemies, and also, I'm sure, on their actual friends and allies. It's fascinating the amount of brain power and AI, of course, that is devoted to this, and how it is actually revolutionizing the world in a way that perhaps we're not fully aware of at the moment. In fact, we may only be dimly aware of it. Interesting to see how it develops over the next decade or two. Minos, Jamie, thank you very, very much indeed. We're going to have a 5-minute break now before the next panel. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you've had a good break. And it's my pleasure but I have my cup of coffee beside me now. It's my pleasure now to welcome Kyriakos Pyrrhakakis, who is the Minister of Digital Governance in Greece. And the challenge for Kyriakos is to deal with the question of artificial intelligence and the 2021 citizen. Minister, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and it's a great joy to be here with you using digital means. The challenge for Greece began for us almost a year and a half ago, and the primary purpose was to cover the digital gap compared with our EU partners. This was witnessed especially in the elevated levels of Greek bureaucracy that citizens have been facing for years. But it was also witnessed in various digital indices throughout the world that we're using to assess a country's digital capabilities. I think that in these 20 months, almost, we have managed to cover a significant portion of this gap, and we have also managed to innovate and create significant policy and technological innovations that have enabled the country to, I would say, leapfrog its position. And given the challenges of the previous year of 2020 and now the pandemic, one has to admit that the pandemic has indeed acted as a digital accelerator, because the plan was already there, but what was outstanding became necessary because of the pandemic. So what we have been trying to do in this brief period of time is not only resolve our outstanding issues with the third industrial revolution, digitization, but also move forward vis-a-vis the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, and AI is at the epicenter of this approach. Of course, AI is not the sole technology of the fourth industrial revolution. 5G is an area where Greece has managed to move forward significantly in the last year and a half. We have managed to conclude our spectrum auction, and we have done so in one of the most innovative ways possible, with the creation of a specialized 5G venture capital fund. On AI, we're currently drafting our strategy, our national policy. We have just concluded the Digital Bible, which is our overall digital transformation policy. And it's not only a strategy, it outlines more than 440 specific projects that the country will implement in the next 4 years. But AI is a portion of this strategy, but we felt that we needed a much more exclusive, a much more specified policy and strategy on AI. And there, certain amongst these goals are overlapping. Interoperability and the creation of big data is obviously the necessary condition to achieve AI and to achieve the necessary status of the state vis-a-vis its digital systems, in order to then move forward with the development of AI algorithms and approaches. The creation of gov.gr in this previous 1 year and a half, following a lot the UK paradigm on digital services, was a move forward. We have around 1,100 services currently offered on our digital portal. And I'm mentioning this because in order to transition to AI, one first needs to establish trust towards digital systems with regards to the normal, let's say, provision of digital services. Trust is difficult. It's difficult to build it. It's easy to lose it. And this is why one needs to move very gently, but also fast, if possible, at the same time, in a manner which will catalyze trust towards digital systems. Once this is achieved, once digital systems have been put in place wherever our gap analysis showcases that they are missing right now in the Greek state, in parallel, we plan to start introducing specified AI approaches on certain systems. We understand that we need regulation. We understand that we need a legal approach as well. There, obviously, the European Union is a regulatory superpower, and we plan to move in parallel what will happen at the European scale. But I think that as our approach on 5G manifests, we're fast. We were the first country in the digital law that passed in Greece in September 2020, which, by the way, was voted by a significant margin of in Greece, with 270, the equivalent of 275 out of 300. There, we were the first country to transpose in the EU the Open Data Directive and the Telecom Directive. But we advanced legislation which is also quite important on interoperability and big data. The next step will be to introduce a similar legislation, and this is something that we plan to do in the coming months, on all the new technologies, on the emerging technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, and we plan to focus a lot on AI there. So the policy, if I were to codify it, will be the following. On the one hand, we will define projects, AI projects, where algorithmic decision-making will start being implemented and used in the context of the Greek state in certain policy areas. We will do so with transparency. We will do so, of course, with algorithmic transparency, as they say, for programmers, because in order to achieve trust on AI, one needs to be very clear and very transparent about the mechanisms and how AI is being deployed and developed and used. We will also publish a strategy, and we will also follow up with a specified legal approach, which will always be in parallel with the European framework. I would say that the challenge of this country is to do two things at once. It's, as I mentioned before, resolve the outstanding issues of the past, move forward with what's missing on certain policy areas, but at the same time, not miss the transition to a coming age, which we can achieve and we will achieve. And the absolute commitment of this government is that this time we will be able to move very much quickly forward in a manner which will unleash the potential of this country and the potential of its people, especially in those areas, in an area such as technology, where we have lots of talent, both within the country and overseas, and which we can further attract in the coming months and years.
Well, Minister, you have, Greece has an amazing amount of talent. There's no doubt about that. But it has, I think you actually referred to this, had historically quite a lot of bureaucracy, and I'm sure still does have. And how do you, when you talk about leapfrogging, the element of trust is also very, very important. Historically, citizens in Europe tend not to trust their governments automatically, and I'm sure that's true of Greece as well. I'm just wondering how you are trying to surmount the challenges of bureaucracy and the question of trust in the government. How do you convince ordinary Greek citizens that digitizing their environment is actually for their benefit? I'm sure that Greeks who may have managed to avoid paying their taxes for many years because the tax office wasn't digitalized may suddenly feel, oh my goodness, things are not working the way I as an individual want. Well, that's your challenge, isn't it?
I'm smiling because the answer to your question is, unfortunately, what in Greek we call a tautology. We did it by just doing it. And by that, I mean the following. We started by the whole strategy is one small victory at a time. Every step is a win. And by that, I mean the following. Gov.gr started in March. It started with 501 digital services. The next two services were the most popular, not in terms of how citizens like them or enjoy them, but in terms of the frequency, the most frequent, bureaucratic interactions with the state. The Parvotermi is one of them. The next one was an e-prescription system. So we moved forward in accordance with what they call the Pareto rule. What are, 20% is 80%. What are those services which are the most frequent, the most necessary for citizens? Now, 10 months later, almost, we have more than doubled the number of digital services offered. And we understand that digital services can achieve many victories at once. They can be extremely helpful for the working parent. They can be extremely helpful for people with disabilities. They can be very helpful for citizens, for Greeks who live abroad. And vis-a-vis the taxpayer that you mentioned, digital services help you monitor and measure. And a country that can properly measure not only its finances, but overall its activities, is a country that's more properly governed. So, especially during the pandemic, which put a different light on this policy, made it necessary because we had to attain business continuity in a very challenging time. During this year, citizens have fully grasped, they have fully metabolized how necessary digital transformation is for their daily lives, their daily interactions, and what they can achieve and attain, not only in their employment sphere, but also with the interactions with the state. So we have managed to build step by step a significant stock of trust towards the system, especially because those digital services work. which I have to tell you is not always a given when you're trying to launch challenging digital service. I mean, if you look at the way in which we're currently provisioning the appointments for vaccination for COVID-19, we're using a very challenging multi-layered digital system to do this. But it's a system which is actually very accessible, even on behalf of citizens who do not possess digital skills. They can go to their pharmacy stores to make an appointment. But the system works, and it worked from day one. So trust is built one system at a time, one service at a time. It's targeted towards the citizens that use it. We understand that as difficult as it is to build it, it's even more easy to lose it. And this is why we're extremely focused on not making any mistakes, on being very diligent and swift at the same time. But we fully see this as the solution to the chronic problem of Greek bureaucracy, which, of course, it still exists to a certain extent. But as we're digitizing services and as we're simplifying the services digitized, it's obviously much more lower as a challenge as it was a couple of years back.
That's very impressive. I mean, you mentioned the UK as a paradigm, which is very flattering of you, although I would have thought that actually, in terms of COVID, Greece has performed a lot better than the UK, although I think our vaccination program is going quite well. But I was wondering, wouldn't a better paradigm actually be Estonia? Are you aiming to be an East Mediterranean version of Estonia, which you have a really sort of digitalized government?
I think that, there is a Latin quote, "Timeo homine munius libri," beware of the man of the one book. You cannot have a sole paradigm when you focus on policy. Policy making on that front is a little bit like looking at transplants. You need to have donor-receiver compatibility, and you need to be very eclectic vis-a-vis what you pick from other countries. We had a lot of time to prepare prior to entering office. The Prime Minister himself, Mr. Mitsotakis, has placed digital transformation at the core, at the epicenter of his government's proposition, and this is why we started preparing for this a while back, the election. And this is why we focused a lot on what we could adopt from other countries. So we adopted gov.uk as an interesting paradigm. Obviously, Estonia is the most digital state. It's a state which has managed to fully digitize its activities. But I would say that Estonia is more or less a compass rather than a map for us. It's an end result, but every country has its own institutions and its own history. So transitioning from your current equilibrium to another equilibrium requires a different map. And the UK has a bureaucracy and a history which I think we can learn more as a country from the UK's experience in the creation of the UK digital service, let's say, the government digital service in 2011. But obviously, I would say that instead of saying that we plan to be another version of Estonia, I would say that this country's ambition is to be a much, much better version of itself. So we want to create a Greek model. We managed to do this on 5G. The way we have designed our policy and the auction process and the overall ecosystem development of 5G, I think it's a bit audacious to say it, but in a country which still has a lot of outstanding issues to resolve on digital, but I would make the claim that on 5G we managed to develop a Greek model. So on certain areas, I feel that this country can have the ambition to do this. It has the potential, as you said, it has the talent, and now we have the people and the strategy on board to achieve this.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. I think you are actually making a very, very good effort on this. You did mention the keenness to avoid making any mistakes. What would a mistake be?
That's a very interesting question. I think because you see, there are two versions of mistakes. I would say there are the productive mistakes, and you have the non-productive mistakes. As a programmer, politicians typically do not easily endorse the notion of making mistakes. In the political culture, it's a bit difficult to endorse it. Me, myself, being a computer scientist, mistakes are the mechanism to achieve excellence, because you learn from them continuously and you continuously fix the program and you continuously fix the platform. So we know that all of those platforms that we develop have an agile notion within them, which allows them to continuously improve and enable the services offered for citizens. So we have a keen understanding that this is the case. But if you look at examples from other countries, we were fortunate enough to have avoided them so far, but there have been cases which I wouldn't mention them because they would involve partners of ours and countries and experts that we work with. But I would say that there have been cases where countries have started launching, let's say, their platforms and very ambitious programs and projects, and we have seen those projects not working from day one, even though they're announced and publicly launched. So this is something which we have been fortunate enough to have avoided. All of the platforms that I mentioned before started working from day one, and any type of small issues that they faced were easily fixed within a couple of hours. So it's more of a technical, I would say, rather than a strategic discussion for us at this point.
Well, I'm embarrassed to say that the UK has made several mistakes, but I won't reveal now, for example, over the apps for track and trace. But there we are. Minister, thank you so much for spending so much time with us. I do congratulate you on what you're doing and the very best luck in the future. Thank you so much. And now we'll take a break for 5 minutes. Thank you. It's a pleasure to welcome you all back. And our next session is on artificial intelligence in retail business and in banking. And it's my pleasure to ask Francesco Brenna and Mariam Likudludaki to come to, excellent, to be in the virtual presentation with me. Francesco Brenna is the executive partner from IBM Services Europe, and Marian Nicolodaki is a leading data scientist and AI consultant. Ladies last, unfortunately. Let's start with Francesco.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you, John, for me here. It's really a pleasure to join again this event, this time virtually, not in the wonderful Athens, but I'm really happy to talk about this again. I suppose there should be a few slides that I'd like to go through in my introduction. Yeah, so what I would like to share with you today is really kind of some of my personal experience in working as an AI consultant in the banking sector across Europe, and really talk about what I'm seeing as the emerging potentials, the emerging areas where AI is really providing value to banks. And I really like to try to do this beyond, let me say, the standard narrative around AI, which has been traditionally very much focused on the cost-saving aspect. I think it won't be too hard for you to find analyst prediction or estimates about the potential cost saving AI can drive for the industry. And this is I have just put up here one of the latest, which I read early this year. But I really believe that the potential that AI has for the industry is far more fundamental and far more transformational. So if you go to the next slides, please. So what I'm seeing emerging as in the work that I do as kind of a transformational patterns, and I must say what I've seen emerging even stronger during the last 12, 18 months when we were all hit by the pandemic crisis, are actually three main areas or patterns. First of all, I think the way we as banks or financial institutions are engaging with customer is changing significantly. So we're really moving from being very reactive, say a troubleshooting type of engagement where I call my bank when I'm stuck in the rest because my credit card is not working, into something which is far more conversational, continuous, and really high personalized engagement. And think about just in the COVID, during the pandemic, I remember, especially during the first lockdown, right? A lot of banks had to close down their branches and their contact center were completely overwhelmed by customer calls, and customer had to wait even hours on the line with an agent. And I think only those banks were really able to provide other means of engagement through other channel messaging and AI capabilities were really able to keep up that right level of engagement with the bank. The second, I think, huge transformation is around how we take decisions within banking, which is really going to transform very much every single role in the banks, whether you work in compliance, whether you're an investment manager, whether you are a marketing person. The way you're going to take decision is changing significantly. And it's changing in the way that you are going to basically review suggested recommendations, suggested options, which an AI engine is going to make with you along with evidences. Because that's what AI can do at best, right? Really create options based upon a far larger set of information and a far larger, far better capability of discovering patterns and trends in the data than any other humans can do. And think about in COVID again. I mean, I've been personally with my team very busy working in the retail space during the pandemic, primarily in the supply chain. Think about just the demand forecasting that all the retailers used to do over the last 20 years, which was very much statistical based and based on historical sales data over the last years, right? This has been pretty much disrupted overnight. So none of these demand forecasting models were actually working anymore. And just by the use of machine learning, we were able to quickly adapt those models to the new circumstances and really have them automatically learn these new events, these new patterns, and really adjust that demand forecasting very, very, very quickly. So that's another area. And then last but not least is really how we manage risk. I believe whether this is credit, whether this is fraud, market risk, the fact that we're going to be far more insight-based and we're going to leverage far more different data to manage risk is definitely going to make a huge difference. And to give you a concrete example, still in the COVID, another area where we have been very busy during the COVID was unfortunately, in the collection space, right? Unfortunately, this pandemic has generated a lot of financial vulnerable customers around Europe. And really, the fact is really how do you handle with them, right? Instead of hiring more people into your collection team in the banking to go after the people who are not paying their bills. It's really about using this data, using AI to predict this consumer paying behavior, identify potential vulnerable customer early on before the problem occurs, so that actually address them and help this solving their problem before that actually occurs. So huge evolution also in the risk space. Now, if we move to the next slide, now the reality though is that even though the potential is huge, again, if you look at the real numbers in terms of adoption, in terms of where AI is really being used at scale in financial industry, I have to admit that we're still at the very early days. There is still a lot of work which needs to be done. A lot of the banks, a lot of the financial service institutions are still kind of experimenting the use of AI. Now, and with that regards, I want to finish my introduction just by sharing, if we go to the next slide, a couple of lessons learned from my own experience, which I believe are some kind of call to action for bankers and people working in the financial industry to actually engage, start transforming really the bank. First of all, it's what I call just focus on the entire client experience or the entire business process, right? If you want to make your customer engagement more efficient, don't just think about implementing a virtual assistant. Just think about how you can reshape your customer journey end to end. If you want to use AI to improve your risk scoring in the credit process, for instance, don't just do that, right? Rethink about how you can make the whole end-to-end credit process more intelligent, more efficient with AI. So really having that end-to-end view is very, very important. The other thing is about the deep integration, right? AI on its own is not going to bring a lot of benefit if you don't integrate it with the rest of your bank, being your system, being your data, being your processes. So look at the AI really as a way to infuse that intelligence really across your end-to-end step. Think about the ecosystem, right? It's not just about picking up one technology and start implementing some new features in your bank, but really think about how you can set the customer needs in the center, and then look at how you can partner with tech as well as non-tech institutions who can help you accelerate your research, development, and innovation process to actually solve that particular client needs. And last but not least, I think Minister Pierrakakis touched upon this as well in his speech, is really about putting humans at the heart of everything we do. And I see two areas here. First of all, is making sure that you are going to increase adoption of these new systems by involving multidisciplinary skills, multidisciplinary people in the whole change process to really make sure that the people who are going to be affected by these change are going to be part of that process. And the second area where it's definitely important is the trust, right? No one is going to trust any of these systems, any of these solutions, if they're not very much explainable and if they're not very much fair. So looking at making sure you can remove biases, making sure you can explain the result of any of your AI system is going to be critical to ensure a successful adoption of AI. So let me pause here, Andrew, with my introduction. So these are kind of the thing I'd like to share to kind of open up the panel discussion. Back to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much indeed, Francesco. I'm reminded of that wonderful phrase, the computer says no, which is the thing which always, I think, infuriates the ordinary human being. Marion, the virtual floor is yours. Sorry, Marion, I can't hear you. Are you on mute or? I wonder if our technicians can. It says here on that your microphone is closed. Could you start from the beginning again? Well, let me let me give you a few minutes to sort this out. Let me go back to Francesco. Francesco, in terms of when I say the computer says no, I mean it does seem to me that that is actually a very, very frequent expression, and it will become more and more frequent as the retail space becomes increasingly online. And one could also, of course, apply it to banking. I mean, if you think back to the 2008 global financial crisis and the preceding subprime mortgage fiasco, why didn't artificial intelligence realize that this huge bubble of debt was being blown up and that it would collapse?
Well, that's if I knew the real answer, Andrew, then probably. But I think let me put it this way. I think first of all, I see an adoption aspect to this. I think artificial intelligence, while it has been around for a very long time, I mean, it's something which has been in the research labs of a lot of university organizations for the last 40, 50 years. So it's nothing new from a technology point of view. In terms of adoption in the industry, the adoption has only picked it up really, I would say, in the last 10 years probably. And there are various reasons to that, right? I mean, one of them is the availability of data. The other reason was the availability of enough compute power at the right cost to be able to deal with all that data. So I think back then in the financial crisis, I think probably the main reason was that AI was not really adopted in the industry. Probably it was in the very few hedge funds and investment managers been using machine learning for quite some time, but was not broadly adopted in the industry. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why it hasn't been picked up early on.
Thank you very much. Marianne, I think our sound problem is sorted out now. So over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you as well. So I'm waiting for my deck to start. Thank you. So hello again, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank The Economist for this excellent discussion. I am Marian, a data science and AI consultant in Babuka, specializing in customer experience and helping brands and retailers improve customer engagement. So in this presentation, I will talk to you about how we can adapt to the new normal of customer experience for brands and retailers by using AI. All modern companies want to offer the best experiences to their customers. This is the holy grail of consumer-facing companies. And if you tried to count how many times the word experience popped up in 2020 business reports, you would lose count. But why is customer experience such a predominant topic in business conversations? And how can technology be our vantage point? Well, it's imperative that if we want to turn a satisfied customer to a loyal customer or even a brand ambassador, and undoubtedly we need technology to do it. So this was all well known before COVID-19. However, the changes that the pandemic brought were like a tsunami. And in less than a year, we witnessed changes of 10 years in digital transformation and adoption. The biggest change that the pandemic brought in retail is the new omnichannel sales journey that's focused now on digital channels. Still, customers are demanding more and more personalized experience with the empathy that they find in physical stores. And even though they make purchases using their phones now, they expect to be treated as the brand or the retailer knows them in person, knows what they like and what their habits are. But with thousands or millions of consumers, such personalized experience is practically impossible without the use of technology. And this is where artificial intelligence comes in to help brands and retailers manage their customers. AI is going to change our world and humanity in the next 50 years more than any other technology has done so in the past. And our history will be split before and after AI. And most of us, hopefully, will be there to witness this turning point of the civilization. And for now, we can make concrete predictions only for the next 5 years. And during these years, we will not achieve the general AI we see in movies with the ability to think about every subject. However, we will have targeted intelligence that will perform highly specific tasks. So the two main categories of AI functionality are emerging in customer experience. The first is virtual assistants, or the bots, as we call them, that act as 24/7 touchpoints for customers. They will interact with customers via chat or voice, and they will offer customer service, they will engage customers, and they will receive orders. Now, the breakthrough here is not the chat, but it's that they will actually know each consumer personally, and they will offer them a tailor-made experience. They will know our likes and dislikes, and they will recommend to us to try new products according to our personality. On the other hand, we will have machine learning algorithms that will analyze sales and marketing data and will suggest engagement actions per customer to achieve hyper-personalization. Data collected in retail businesses is so big for humans to process, and human biases may also sometimes prevent us to find patterns in data. So artificial intelligence will be able to work as a restless assistant for sales and marketing executives that will help them to improve customer experience, find happy or unsatisfied customers, detect fraud, and all sorts of things. Two very characteristic examples of companies already focusing on applying these trends, in the next slide, is the recent acquisition of an AI speech company by McDonald's because they want to improve the drive-through experience. And another one by Nike, they acquired Select in order to gain a deeper understanding of shopping behavior and optimize their supply chain. Moreover, AI will create new norms that we couldn't imagine without it. Similar to this announcement by Pepsi of a new direct-to-consumer offering for e-ordering. And how is this different to the existing e-commerce functionality we all know? Well, with e-commerce, you get the full shopping experience. It's almost like going to the physical store. However, with the e-ordering, you make a simple purchase that would be otherwise fulfilled via a phone call. For example, would you ever buy shoes exclusively over the phone? Well, not really, but you want to see them. You want to know how they look like from various angles, or you want to compare them to others. However, what you could do is say, "Hello Siri, bring me a Coke," and then enjoy it at your couch 3 minutes later. The three enablers that will allow such an experience in the next 5 years are, first of all, the bots that I said before to receive the orders, then retail points using AI-powered logistics, and finally, self-driving drones for the last mile delivery. Summing up, on the next slide, I would like to show you my favorite story of excellent customer experience achieved via AI, of this little girl, Brooke, who loves Alexa so much after ordering her a dollhouse and 2 kilos of cookies. Well, the parents were a bit less excited when the order arrived, right? And don't forget that what may now seem extraordinary to us, to our children or grandchildren, is going to be the norm. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Marianne. I like the idea of 2 kilos of cookies.
Yeah, 2 kilos.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It seems to me that neither of you have actually used the expression which used to be current not so long ago, the Internet of Things. And I mean, the idea that everything that you were to buy in a store would actually have some tag on it, which would then it would track you, you would track it, etc. That no longer seems to be current. What has happened to the Internet of Things, which are supposed to be the big new thing? Is it just simply delayed, or is it already in existence and I just haven't noticed it? Marianne.
Yes, so the same thing happened to many other technologies that were the trend a few years ago, similar to beacons that would detect where we are and where we go within the store and all sorts of things. So some of them were somehow abandoned or are not being used so much. The Internet of Things is not this case. Although we may not see we may not see it in the store with tags, as you said, scanning them and receiving all sorts of information right within our cell phone and all sorts of things. It is there in other aspects of other technological aspects and other aspects of our society. For example, we now have smart fridges that collect data on the items that exist in our fridge, and they may alert us on something going bad, or if we need to restock on something. Or we have sensors on power generators that detect what's going on, if there is a fault or not, and they help companies that operate them to predictively, using AI, to predictively find out if an issue is going to happen and resolve it in a timely manner. So yeah, the Internet of Things is here. We just don't see it. And that's the good thing with the technology. When you don't notice it, it works better.
Yeah, very good, very good answer. Thank you. Francesco, what do you think?
I fully agree to what Marion just said, John, absolutely. I mean, I would just add that, the fact that we're not talking about IoT anymore, it really means that it kind of moved beyond that just as hype cycle and really now reach the industrialization cycle, right? So IoT is very much everywhere right now, and we don't even notice, as Marion said. But personally, if I look at more on the corporate side, on the industrial side, we are working, IoT is a fundamental, let me say, data source or technology for a lot of the work that we do, for instance, in manufacturing, for instance, in the production lines, so in the, let me say, in the digitalization of the factories. So it's really a fundamental part of a lot of the digitization work and Industry 4.0 that, as the minister was talking about, we're doing. But the fact, like Mario said, the fact that we're not talking about it anymore is just because we have really reached that industrialization level. So I'm hoping, or I'm sure that probably in five years or so, we're not going to be talking about AI as such anymore. We're probably going to be talking about some of the processes, some of the transformation that the AI is driving, but not AI as a technology.
That's a very intriguing statement you just made, Francesca. Look ahead five years, and what might we see?
Well, the real, it's very difficult, right?
I'm sure IBM is looking way ahead.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we obviously we do obviously look at we do a lot of research work in terms of looking what's going to come next, how is the future going to look like, because we obviously want to make sure we develop the right technology early on. But I think in terms of going back to your question about AI, I really think that, as I said in my introduction, I think we are really moving from an AI point of view, the phase where everyone was kind of trying to find the right use case. So we all knew about the potential of the technology. It was just a matter of finding the right use cases in any industries. I think we passed that step. I think use cases is very clear. Everyone understands what Willis can do. Now we are in the phase where it's really all about scaling that adoption, right? And I think this is probably going to take another 4 or 5 years. But I really believe that in 5 years, we will probably not having events like this where we talk about the potential of AI. We really talk about some of the transformational things that AI has driven in certain industries. So I really see this AI just becoming a part of that transformation, part of that Industry 4.0. So along with 5G, along with blockchain, along with quantum computing, for instance, which is also going to have a huge impact on scaling AI. So I really see this becoming a far more business transformation than a technology story.
Is there also, I mean, this is a question really for Marion as well, is there really also a social transformation? I mean, if you think of most towns and cities, there is a high street, there are retail outlets, etc. Now, increasingly they've been dominated by chain stores or chain coffee bars and so on, Starbucks, Caffè Nero, and so on. Is this all changing now? I mean, there's been an acceleration because of the COVID effect, stopping people from actually going out shopping. But how do you see, from a society's point of view, the changing landscape in which AI will increasingly mean that more and more things are available online, and more customers will actually automatically go online rather than visiting an outlet, even a bank or whatever, or a shop in the physical sense.
Well, the whole COVID-19 situation has fundamentally changed the way we shop. Most of us don't go to the store, me included, because we're afraid of being sick. So yes, we may now perform most of our transactions online, but in every essence, we are social human beings, and we cannot forget that it's encoded into our DNA. So I don't think that AI will replace our need to go outside, to go interact with people at a physical store and shop, but it's going to enhance our experience within these stores. So we may have, I don't know, these are just speculations, but we may have smart glasses informing us about products that we're looking at on within the store, or being able to track useful information about them or compare them to others. But I expect when the COVID pandemic is over, for people to go outside in waves and start shopping again, even more than they did before, because they're looking forward to it.
Well, I certainly hope so, but this does assume that the stores will exist, that they will have survived the financial collapse, which has been brought about by COVID-19. Francesco, what do you think?
Well, I think I really share the same perspective as Marian. I think this integration of physical and digital is going to increase. So I think a lot of the physical only experience that we used to have are going to change, are going to be much more digitized. So the whole acceleration of the digital transformation is happening. So COVID has just accelerated that for sure. But I agree with Marian absolutely that I don't think this is going to remove our human need of interacting physically with people face to face. So I think we're also, and I'm talking, for instance, like based on my personal experience, right? Beside the shopping, I think we're all working from home mostly since March, right? And even as a consultant, while I can do everything digital, like events like this, I'm still missing the possibility to interact with people, right? To stand in front of a flip chart and have a human-to-human discussion. So I think this COVID has definitely accelerated the digitalization, but it also accelerated, I believe, the perception that the human-to-human relationship is very, very important for us, for our society.
Yeah, I think we will all agree with that. I mean, it's extraordinary how the world of technology has adapted to COVID-19. But nonetheless, I think we all actually pray the idea for the time when we'll be able to get back to each other, to actually feel each other, touch each other, go to a restaurant, go shopping, go on holiday, etc. Let's pray that that will happen sooner rather than later. I'd like to thank you both very, very much for your presentations, and I wish you a very good day. Take care. Thank you so much. And now we'll have a short break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Το μέλλον είναι πιο κοντά από όσο νομίζεις. Τώρα νέοι δρόμοι ανοίγονται για σένα. Και η δουλειά σου είναι παντού. Η μουσική, η γυμναστική, ο έλεγχος του σπιτιού σου γίνονται με ένα κλικ. Η τεχνολογία άλλαξε τα πάντα στη ζωή μας. Τώρα αλλάζει και τη φροντίδα της υγείας μας. Η Inter-American φέρνει πρώτη μια εφαρμογή τεχνητής νοημοσύνης για σένα, που σου δίνει απάντηση σε κάθε σύμπτωμα και τη δυνατότητα να επικοινωνήσεις με γιατρό όταν υπάρχει ανάγκη. Μάθε πώς θα το αποκτήσεις στο interamerican.gr. Medion. Νέα εποχή στην υγεία για σένα.
Welcome back, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you online again. Sadly, we couldn't get. He had to be the Minister of Health, Vasilis Kikilias, who was meant to be giving a keynote speech. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic and a number of meetings, he's had to go to those. So we will miss him this time, unfortunately. But no matter. Let us go straight to the next panel, which is on artificial intelligence in health. And I'd like to welcome Yannis Kotsiopoulos, the Secretary General for Health Services at the Ministry of Health, Bart De Wit, who is the founder of Hippo Artificial Intelligence Foundation. I think the Hippo probably comes from Hippocrates. It's basically a health foundation. And Yannis Kantoros, who is the CEO of Inter-American, which is a leading, as you know, insurance company here in Greece. Let us start with Yannis Kotsiopoulos.
Good afternoon, everybody, and please let me thank you for the kind invitation. And I'm very privileged and very honored to be part of this panel of distinguished speakers. So the topic as well is very interesting, as the pandemic has forced every healthcare system around the world to think outside the box. And having said that, we need to understand how artificial intelligence can help us find solutions to tackle not only the pandemic, but also the consequences that the pandemic has caused to the healthcare systems. So it's inevitable that AI has the potential to transform healthcare delivery. We've seen that around the world with a number of very exciting paradigms. And obviously, going into 2021, we'll face a very challenging year where we'll still see the pressures of the pandemic to the healthcare systems, and we'll also see the limitations caused due to the pandemic in terms of access to the healthcare systems for every other patient that needs to have that kind of access to the NHS. So in a way, over the last few months, we had to think differently and think outside the box. And here in Greece, the pandemic has accelerated a number of things related to the digitization of the healthcare system. So at the Ministry of Health, we were able to quickly digitize a number of things, and we had to improve our business intelligence platform in order to be able to monitor how the hospitals perform, monitor the demand, and we used actually artificial intelligence in order to be able to analyze the data and predict the demand on ICU beds. And this was very useful as we were able to analyze the demand around Greece and prepare the health system for that. But also, if you look at the bigger picture, we need to focus on population health analytics and understand what the people need and plan the system accordingly. The other area that I would like to talk about is the fact that COVID-19 has made us think that we need to provide services remotely. So we need to be able to monitor patients at home, get more good data from them in terms of their oxygen levels or kind of fever, and to be able to link this data with healthcare professionals. And this is a work that we have been continuing to do with different providers, and telemedicine seems to be an area that we'll be talking about in the next few months as the pandemic seems to continue. Also, telemedicine is a core part of our digital strategy. So because of the remote areas in Greece, the islands and mountainous parts of Greece, we need to be able to have these digital solutions in place, coupled with AI on top of them, so that we can quickly analyze the data from remote settings and to be able to help the patients get a better care. Another area that seems to be very important, and it seems that AI can definitely provide very efficient solutions, is the area of digital imaging. We've seen that around the globe that there are now AI algorithms that can outperform clinicians, and we need to bear that in mind, especially because we have so many remote places in Greece where we're lacking the experienced radiographers to look at the images. What we can do, and this is part of our telemedicine program, is to ensure that these images are relayed back to a centralized repository that we can then use AI algorithms to predict or to find out, identify different diseases such as cancer or even as COVID, because we've seen recent publications that even COVID can be detected using AI algorithms. But talking about all these exciting things, we shouldn't be forgetting that that the clinicians, the digital need to become digital leaders. So they need to be working very closely with the digital community to be able to work with these AI solutions and to be able to understand that these solutions can definitely help them provide better care and safer care to the patients. In order to do that, we need to make sure that we start to develop these digital leaders, these clinical digital leaders that will pave the way for others to follow. And we also need to build the technical people that will develop these solutions, that will come out of the university and will start playing with medical data, and also have these exciting startups, companies, also in Greece, that develop AI solutions and flourish in this market that is currently accelerating around the world. Just to wrap up, I would like to say that in order to get the best out of AI solutions, we need to get more data, better data in a single place where algorithms can be developed in order to get the full potential of artificial intelligence. And as part of our program that has been submitted to the Next Generation Funding, the RRF, we'll have a full program of work that is based around the electronic patient record. And I think it's central that we get as much data as possible within the electronic patient record so that we can then use artificial intelligence to provide these very exciting solutions. Thank you very much, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much. Bart De Witte, please.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Rather would prefer to be in Athens at the moment, but luckily we can go digital. I prepared a very short introduction from my thoughts and where my ideas are. So back in ancient Greece, Hippocratic treatise on airs, waters, and places has contrasted that healthy societies are coherent and organic, whereas sick societies are fragmented and mechanical. Something we could perfectly witness during the COVID crisis, as the countries where healthcare is unevenly distributed became more unstable and less cohesive. This is important and powerful wisdom that we should use when determining the questions regarding AI's real impact on our lives and the role that it will play. Last summer, OpenAI released GPT-3, which was a language model or a neural net that exclusively runs on Microsoft infrastructure that has been captivating people's imagination because it uses zero-shot or few-shot learning and has 175 billion parameters or synapses. Google just recently topped this, and they brought a neural net with 1.6 trillion parameters or synapses. With the speed and the fact that the past 7 years, these neural networks training efficiency have been doubling every 16 months, someone will be able to build a neural network that has the same amount of synapses as the human brain for the price of GPT-3 within a decade or so, which does not exclude that someone who has access to billions of capital is already building this without us being aware of it. And yes, it's not completely wrong to say that we are trying to figure out how far interpolation from data or statistics can go as a learning method. And yes, even the most advanced deep learning systems are based on pattern recognition. But what people tend to forget is that the discoveries in healthcare are actually mostly based on pattern recognition. And in fact, statistics have been the toolbox of every researcher. The recent breakthroughs of Google's DeepMind team that solved a research problem that has been around since half a century and allows us to predict protein structures will help us to solve biological but also medical challenges. Computer-based human models and AI-powered biosimulation models will help drug researchers to predict how drugs will interact with human biological systems. And let us also assume that these companies will accelerate or even automate the drug discovery process. And perhaps they will do this even more personalized. It became all very obvious during the COVID crisis how fast we could develop a vaccine. It becomes more an engineering problem, and it is a problem of physics. AI technology that is rapidly changing and bridging the gap between the known and the unknown, which over time will help us to understand the mechanisms of disease, and which offers humanity the opportunity to create perhaps a world free of diseases, perhaps for all of us. I explicitly say it offers the opportunity, as it will all depend on which system and which principles we build this on. And these moral principles are embedded in our fundamental rights. But the country that is home to the largest big tech companies and the industry which directly finances 58% of the research on ethics or fairness on papers at the top 14 universities, that country fails to identify healthcare as a human right. The most affluent men in the US, the 1%, live 15 years longer than the poorest. The current ethical guidelines do not question the current data monetization market or the fact that discoveries are protected by intellectual property that are protecting the algorithms that are creating life-saving knowledge. I still remember that 20 years ago, after we encoded the human genome, Tony Blair mentioned during a press conference, and I quote, "We all share a duty to ensure the common property of the genome is used freely for the common good of the human race," end quote. The enjoyment of the biggest, highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being, without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic or social condition. And this almost 70 years after these words were adopted in the Constitution of the World Health Organization, they are more powerful and relevant than ever. We people, individually and collectively, produce and are the source of the data that is the raw material for AI. We people produce more than 95% of the data that make up the digital universe, yet we think we have zero influence on the future directions of AI in medicine. This is why I started the Hippo AI Foundation, named after Hippocrates, and designed on the principles of democracy. I have designed a new license model, the Hippo AI license, and we work with donations because we want to liberate and publish global data sets, inclusive data sets, global data sets that are free of economic interest and protected by an open knowledge license. The open sourced AI models that will be created by our community that we serve will help us to serve the 35,000 small and medium medtech companies Europe has, and perhaps the new startups Greece is producing, so we can all flourish as we know it from Europe in a decentralized way, collaborating on an open source layer. If we democratize AI and make it a common good, we will maximize the benefits of our global society while destroying the inequalities in health and protect our right of health while keeping our sovereignty, which I think is quite important. You will find more information on the booth, and we need all your support, and I'm looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Bart. Very well said. Thank you. And now, finally, of this panel, Yanis Kantoros, please, from Inter-American.
Good afternoon. I will try to be a bit laconic, hoping that we do have some time for discussion maybe later on, and try to cover some areas that my let's say predecessor speakers only briefly mentioned. Needless to say that from insurance point of view, every every effort to improve the quality, but also decrease the cost of providing good healthcare is a welcome, let's say, step. So it is very clear that insurance community in Greece, but I think also on the European level, is very much supportive from using technology in general, but also AI in particular, to improve healthcare access, but also quality, and bring down, especially the number of mistakes that they can increase disproportionately the costs in healthcare. Having said that, sometimes we found ourselves arguing whether AI or modern technology can replace doctors or medical staff in treating patients. I think we need to have a bit of a balanced view on that. Definitely AI is a helpful tool, supporting decision-making, supporting proper diagnosis, improving operations within the hospitals, but also in diagnostic centers, helping research in new drugs, and lots of other areas. I cannot even mention all of them. But however, I think at the basis of this relationship, and I like the reference to Hippocrates, is of course the relationship between the doctor and the patient, which I think is going to stay a bit different, assisted by AI and technology. But I think it is going to stay, as I say, becoming a bit more efficient, I would say, in the future. And like to share a personal experience. I think 2 years ago, we've been at the headquarters of Philips in Netherlands, 40, let's say, insurance executives, and we had a talk with chief medical officer of that company. And he posed a very simple question. He said, you have a serious cancer case, and you can be treated either on a full automated robotics, let's say, setup, supported by AI, or from a very experienced team of surgeons. By the way, we can guarantee that in the first case, the chances of success are higher. Where are you going to go? And maybe if we had a voting system, we could see what the audience is going to say to that dilemma. But I can recall from that meeting that 39 out of the 40, they said they would prefer to be, let's say, treated from the surgeon team rather than the non-human, let's say, robotics system, so to speak. So it's maybe this over time changes, of course, but my point here is that there's a very strong relationship between doctors and patients, which I personally don't think is going to change in the future. What I think might change with the proper use of AI, and this is very relevant for my country, Greece, that faces several challenges at the moment, is that we can, by using AI, we can design a better healthcare system, giving access to more people, and of course bringing down the costs of providing this type of services to the population. Especially in Greece, I think our system has been designed around hospitals. So for most of the cases, people, at least in the past, but also today, they take their cars, they drive directly to the hospital. We all know that has a result to, let's say, bring costs up and also create a congestion of the hospitals. So I think by using AI, we can also reinforce and create a better primary care system, and also, help people stay home and stay more healthy. And last but not least, to give a practical example of how AI can assist towards that purpose, there are lots of applications, mobile applications, which you can use, and they're of course powered by artificial intelligence, and you can do a self-diagnosis, understanding whether the symptoms that you are experiencing are serious, so that you have to contact a doctor, or there's no major reason to worry. The one that we use in our company, for example, is provided to our let's say, insured people. If indeed it's a more acute case, then you're directly connected with a doctor through a telemedicine type of app, where you can have this online chat, and if it's necessary, then you can also book your appointment in one of our, let's say, health centers. So I think it's integrating both the AI aspect of things, but also, let's say, the human care provided by doctors, which, as I said before, is absolutely necessary.
Thank you very much indeed, Yanis. Actually, it's interesting. Telemedicine is obviously here to stay, and it makes a lot of sense from an economic and financial point of view. Although I suspect that most patients would actually prefer to see a human doctor. And I would imagine that most doctors, if they are ethically and morally directed, would actually prefer to see the patient in the flesh, because there must be some things that you can see from a person's body language, etc., that you're not going to be able to see over a cell phone or a computer screen. But on the other hand, Dr. Google has obviously been extremely useful for ordinary people, patients and doctors alike. So it's obviously here to stay. We have a question actually from George Valles. Does Europe have a disadvantage vis-a-vis the USA and China in developing AI due to privacy laws affecting access to data? And it seems to me that's quite relevant to the insurance industry, because insurers obviously want to insure low-risk patients rather than high-risk patients. Personally, I think the American system of healthcare is a total nonsense, but I don't expect you necessarily to agree with that, Yanis, but I wonder how you handle this question about privacy of data. And perhaps you could comment on that, and also maybe Bart de Wit could also comment. Yanis first.
Yes.
Yanis Kontoros.
Thank you, John, for asking that. It's a big issue for us insurers, and of course we all understand that proper use of AI is also based on proper data sets, and the more you have, the more accurate you can be, and the more services you can provide, which I think contributes to let's say better access of the population to proper healthcare, and I think that's definitely a social good. On the other hand, I do understand the limitations of privacy, so we need to be sensitive. I think to be exact, I think GDPR sometimes went to extremes in trying to protect, let's say, sensitive private data, and the interpretation of GDPR into, let's say, national law sometimes went to even further extremes, and I think maybe that's the case of Greece. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to elaborate a lot on that. But I think we should strike between protecting, but on the other hand, being also reasonable and giving access to basic data. So at least we can use conditions and give better access of the population to better services. It's as simple as that. If you want to protect it, but it's going to and lots of money to provide the same result that we could do today with the means that we have today, given that we're a bit more flexible, I would say, and practical in these considerations.
Bart.
Yes, thank you for bringing up that question. That's one that I really analyzing quite a lot, these three different markets. Although we don't have one single market in Europe when it comes to healthcare, we have 27 healthcare systems, and within the country, we have different healthcare systems. So from a market perspective, AI lives from scaling. We are really in the worst setup, and I don't talk about privacy because we can't scale. We will, and that's something perhaps good for Europe, because we want not everything to be centralized. We want every country to flourish. That means that we need to look at these things differently. The US view is very much a view where data equals capital. That means that the more capital you have, the more you will acquire data. Google just acquired Fitbit, which is data. The more data you will get, the more insights you create, the more you protected by IP, the more you will be able to monopolize. And that's the trick that we should not follow, because we don't have that much capital, we don't have the scalability, and we should follow different rules. Looking at China, there is 1.4 billion inhabitants. There are companies like United Imaging Health China that are building X-rays and CTs that are all connected to the cloud. They don't have data ethics and data protection, and they need to share the data with the government. They have a very different view, but there is over 100 billion of capital. There is highly talented people there. The number of papers being published in AI is exploding, and the first prospective double-blind studies in healthcare on AI came from China. So I think we need to, in Europe, think a bit differently. That's why I established an open standard. I call it protectionism by openness. And I think creating an open license for these AI models, is that what could protect us from being dominated, because these companies will never, ever open their models, because that's exactly their USP. So I think protecting ourselves through openness and democratic principles and creating our own market is that where we can flourish. And that will distribute to each company where we can use open source or open AI, we will have perhaps 35,000 companies instead of 3 companies that are all based in Silicon Valley, collecting all the data and creating the information asymmetries that created the power that you can even cite as a president. So I think we need to really watch out what we do for the future, and I think Europe needs to emancipate itself.
Yeah, I personally think you're right, Bart, and I rather liked your idea of open source in general. And the question of patent protection, of course, is a very tricky one. Scientists need to get their rewards. Well, big pharma, for example, needs to get the rewards for its investment and the risks that it's taking. But nonetheless, I think Tony Blair was essentially correct. But let me finish, because we're running out of time, the session with Ioannis Kotsiopoulos. The question now, it's in a sense, it's a question for Ioannis Kantoros, but I want to actually put it to the government representative. This is from Apostolos Lidakis. How will citizens be protected from AI's use by private insurance companies to mitigate their risk for individually predicted health problems, increasing the patient's insurance costs? And this seems to me to be the great problem in America, in particular, much less of a problem in Europe, but one can see it arising if necessary, if things go awry. Ioannis Kotsiopoulos.
Okay, so this is a very interesting question, and thank you for posing that question to me. In terms of the Greek legislation and the work that we have been doing in the Greek NHS, according to the Greek legislation, the data that we collect that can be analyzed and to be used for AI purposes cannot be shared with the private sector for insurance purposes. So the recent legislation is very strict about that. We only collect the data centrally. We can only analyze this data within the premises of the government, and that cannot be shared with the private sector. Now, this creates a commercial problem for the insurance company, and I would understand the frustrations for Mr. Kantoros and other insurance companies that would like to have some access to that. But for the moment, for the time being, the data that's collected in the Greek NHS will not and cannot be shared, and this is the way we will build our infrastructure. Now, the data that is collected outside the public sector, the public NHS, I think GDPR also, again, has very strict rules about how it can be used by insurance companies, and I think Mr. Kantoros can elaborate a little bit more on that.
Mr. Kantoros, you have the very last word because we are running out of time. So the floor is yours, the virtual floor.
Few words. I think we all need to agree that I think both the public sector but also private sector need to work together on that. If we have too many barriers on sharing information, what's going to actually happen is ask people to duplicate exams for underwriting purposes. That is cost and energy lost in the society. So my question is why we should ask our people to pass medical exams 2 or 3 times because simply we cannot share data. Is a simple question, I think. I don't think we have enough money and time to spend on these type of things. So let's work together, I would say, find common solution and also use technology to help Greek people have better access to better healthcare. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. Actually, there was another question, but I think from Marisa Pertis, but actually I think it was already answered by the Secretary General from the Health Ministry. Barte, thank you very much indeed. Ioannis, thank you very much indeed, Ioannis. And have a very good rest of the day. Stay healthy, wash your hands, wear a mask, all this kind of stuff. Health is important. Take care, all of you. We'll have a 5-minute break now. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. And the next panel is about, do we need AI for a sustainable future? I suspect that the answer is yes, but that is a personal opinion for the moment. We're very proud to welcome for the keynote address Omar Sultan Al-Ulma, who is the Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, the Digital Economy, and Remote Work Applications in the United Arab Emirates, the UAE. And then from a business perspective, George Peklevanoglu, who is the Vice President of Uniki Energy Group, and then also Vasilis Kalavroutsiou, forgive me, I'm massacring this Greek name, Kalavroutsiotis, who is the Chief Executive Officer for BrainSpace. But let us start with the keynote address from Omar Sultan Al-Ulma. Tfaddal ya Sheikh.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm glad that you didn't get my name wrong. Thank you for that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure being with all of you here today and discussing an important topic for everyone, and a topic that on everyone's mind. But as John said, I tend to agree that the answer is yes. Now, to discuss why the answer is yes, we need to understand how AI shapes our lives today and what potential it has for the future. AI today is one of the main engines for our daily lives, for us to commute from one place to another, for us to make a decision on where to eat or what to shop, and even to answer our queries on a daily basis. AI is at the core of everything that we do and of all the abilities that we currently have. Those abilities and those actions that we take generate more data that these artificial intelligence algorithms and systems use to better know us, to provide better services for us, and to also create a better experience that gets us addicted to them. So if anything, we will depend more on artificial intelligence, and a big portion of us, urban dwellers that are technocrats and tech savvy, find artificial intelligence to be one of the most important technologies of the current era and also for the decades to come. Now, with this dilemma that we are in, with this dependability on artificial intelligence, there is another aspect that we need to look at, which is what is the responsible thing to do when it comes to developing these systems? Where is the responsible place to deploy these systems? And what is the right thing to do, not just for us as individuals or us as companies or as countries, but for everyone collectively? Because if we've seen something during the COVID-19 pandemic that also is true for the digital space, it's that some things do not know boundaries. Viruses like COVID-19, which today is devastating societies, economies, and political landscapes globally, does not know the physical boundaries of our world. And the same can be said about artificial intelligence that does not know the physical boundaries of the digital world that it operates in and of the globalized internet that we use. What we do know is that these systems can be used for good and for bad. They can be used to quickly and accurately look at climate change data, look at human activity, and give us the right decisions that we need to take to ensure that we are able to win this battle against climate change in a way that allows us to sustain our growth and our development, but without reaching a point of no return. Since the race and the challenge and the battle against climate change is one that is against time. Every single day counts, and every single day that we do not take action is a day lost. The same is also true with regards to combating diseases. So COVID-19 is a virus, but there are so many other viruses and diseases that artificial intelligence today is combating, like tuberculosis, for example, and other rare genetic mutations that through protein folding and through advanced simulations, artificial intelligence is able to combat and curb globally. So there's a lot of good that can come out of this. There's also a lot of bad as well. Based on the echo chambers that are being created online through social media platforms and many, many other platforms as well, people are able to use these platforms to send echoes and to send magnified speeches of hate, speeches of intolerance that lead to action, whether it leads to genocide, whether it leads to revolt, or whether it leads to positive change is something that we stand to discuss and we always are looking out for to be able to govern better for. So this is a double-edged sword that today we have to try to govern and we have to try to use in the optimal manner. In the United Arab Emirates, our vision is that we need to look at artificial intelligence as a tool. We need to also look at it as a tool that we cannot wield on our own. We need to work with everyone to ensure that it is wielded for the good of humanity and not used as a weapon against it. And we also believe that every single action we take, every deployment we make, needs to be a deployment or an action for the benefit of even future generations, not just the benefit of us today or the generations that exist on the planet today, but future generations that will have to live with the decisions that we make. So there is a lot of similarities between artificial intelligence and climate change in that sense. We need to make sure that we are responsible for every single action that we take moving forward. And then finally, we also need to develop these technologies in a way that make them not contribute to the global issues that we have. If we look at specific examples, so MIT did a quick bit of research, or a very interesting bit of research, that looked at how much energy is produced and how much waste as well and carbon emissions are created to train a natural language processing model to make it quite effective at doing its job. And the result was actually quite devastating. The result was that the systems would actually create more carbon dioxide than 300 round flight trips between San Francisco and New York. And if every single person, if every single company is going to develop these systems on their own, and anyone else who wants to come into this field will need to start from scratch, the amount of energy that will be used, the amount of carbon emissions and waste that will be created is going to be detrimental for everyone. So there is a responsibility for everyone to cooperate on this. And there is a need for us to work together to ensure that the future that we leave for future generations is one that benefits everyone, whether it's in Greece, the UAE, or any other country on earth. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Shukran jazeelan. Thank you very, very much indeed, Umar. Now, please, George Bakri-Waglu from Uniki.
Hello. Thank you very much for the kind invitation and on this very interesting topic, and a topic which is quite challenging since we are still at the beginning. I would like to start a little bit by explaining what we do in the field of artificial intelligence with just a very few slides. Initially, what we have started doing in order to implement artificial intelligence technology into renewable energy, if we go to the next slide, we can see that the main aspect of artificial intelligence has to do with the acquisition of data, the use of AI algorithms, neural networks, or other sort of algorithms that are able to generate meaningful results, and then through these meaningful results to be able to change the way we do things, the way we operate our assets, the way we do maintenance, the way we run our energy grids. So moving to the next slide, you can see that what we have started from our wind energy assets, from wind turbines that are in operation and were in operation before the era of AI. We extract data, operational data. We're able to run through heavy cloud computing and some quite challenging neural network algorithms with all these type of different data, and then extract two types of outcomes. One output is the resulting forecasting data, so we can have the system learn how our renewable energy assets operate and then predict how this operation will take place in the future, in the near and midterm future. And then we also can do massive cross correlations. What this means in practical terms is that if we know if we can forecast the previously stochastic nature of renewables, we can actually use renewables much more effectively. And this means generate much more predictable energy and then stabilize our power grids in a more effective way. And when we can do massive cross correlations, this means we can create an understanding around the environment of how the energy systems operate. How does, for example, temperature affect power production of a modern battery system, and so on and so forth. So the first step was and is the implementation of AI into existing engineering systems. Now, moving to the next slide, you can see that one implementation that was a little bit more challenging, but also more interesting, is the combination of AI with a more complex system in order not to evaluate its performance, but to actually control it. This is the island of Tilos. We operate the first hybrid power station, which runs on solar, wind, and battery storage. And mixing everything together and creating a meaningful outcome, which is secure and predictable, is much better done through some AI algorithms that are able to learn the environmental conditions, learn the load that is required to be covered from the island, and then match the system towards an optimal operation. So this was a second implementation, and this is also something that we developed very intensely. And then moving to the next one, we can say that bringing this technology, starting from the very large assets to the smart islands, down to the residential level, is basically the key. So what we have done is we have created these almost autonomous home systems, which are grid connected but are able to operate also off the grid. Combine those with EV charging equipment and run everything based on AI algorithms. This means that we have now a much more complex problem that is our everyday life. The system has to learn our patterns, our living patterns, our charging patterns for our car, the energy production patterns of the solar home system, and the battery charging and so forth, and then decide for us the optimal operation of our house. This is extremely important, especially in cases like the pandemic we currently experience, since energy autonomy and energy security are essential if we perform every task of our lives from home. So this has also shown the importance of energy security on the residential scale, and thus this is also another boost for AI, which is able to optimize the operation of these systems on this residential scale. So summing up, this is more or less the application of different AI technologies, and this is the application of all this modern way of thinking, the different way of thinking, into a much more conventional environment, which is that of energy generation. And that's more or less a little bit in a nutshell what we do and what we foresee for the future of AI in energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Christopouli. And finally on this panel, Vasilis Karamoutsiotis.
Hello, thank you for the invitation. I'm going to present the role of AI for a sustainable future by using software in energy sector. If we can start with the presentation, please. In the next slide. In the next decades, artificial intelligence is about to trigger explosive changes in our working and social environments. So when we are talking about artificial intelligence, I suppose that we should think of it as the next big step of humanity for its evolution. In this slide, we are talking about sustainability. A major challenge for achieving a sustainable future is the climate change. AI will have a great impact on this by providing solutions in the energy sector. Energy has to be generated in a more efficient way, in a distributed way from renewable energy sources like the wind and the sun. However, there are still a few challenges in this sector to be addressed on time. For example, renewable energy generation and the consumption are stochastic. They depend on weather changes, and so we need better forecasting approaches and algorithms in order to handle, manage and store energy efficiently. In the next, going to the next slide, we are going to see the role of AI in the energy sector. AI will revolutionize the whole energy industry, and it's sure that it will allow energy market players to develop new services and new contractual schemes. Let's see how. First of all, AI will improve the forecasting methods about the weather changes, energy generation and consumption data, etc. It will allow us to build smart control systems by aggregating and collecting data from smart buildings and the grid. It also helps us to integrate microgrids into the main grid and improve safety and reliability by recognizing some consumption patterns or energy leakage and health of the grid. And finally, it will help us to implement build intelligent storage unit and leverage the e-mobility services and EV charging. Moving to the next slide, we in BrainSpace invest in people and knowledge regarding software development in renewable energy. We believe that if we want the maximum impact of AI, we should combine it with other ICT technologies like 5G from the telecommunications sector or blockchain and IoT technologies from the computer science sector. A key element of artificial intelligence in BrainSpace is how we collect and analyze data and how we turn this information into knowledge. Moving to the next slide. In cooperation with the Unis Energy Group, we have successfully implemented an intelligent cloud-based software that aims to assist the energy transition. Our platform collects generation and consumption data from smart sensors and smart home devices and makes decisions based on this data. With this information available, we can maximize the usage of renewable energy and minimize CO2 emissions. Hence, we can convert conventional buildings to nearly zero CO2 emission building. And finally, in the last slide, we all know that there is a lot of research and a lot of academic research and bibliography. So what we need now is a strict, close collaboration among academia, governments, and tech and energy companies in order to use all this research more and more and apply it in real-life applications. So to answer the question, do we need AI for a sustainable future? The answer is definitely yes. Not only do we need it, but it's imperative to incorporate it in the various sectors across all industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Vasilis. Umar, thank you. If I can turn to you first. I know that Dubai has a business model which is more or less unique in the OPEC countries, and it's different from Abu Dhabi's, for example. But and I thought it was very interesting that you highlighted the emissions caused by computers, by the whole research and development of computer technology. Rather important point. But it seems to me that if we are on a gradient which is going to end the oil era at some point, there has to be a social change in the Arab world in particular, but also Iran and so on. And Dubai, it seems to me, has actually gone quite a long way towards addressing that problem. But is there a more fundamental problem? How do we define sustainability in terms of our societies? How do we educate them? I remember that Ahmed Zaki Yamani, when he was oil minister of Saudi Arabia, pointed out that the Stone Age did not end because of a shortage of stones. And presumably the same will be true of petrocarbons, even though obviously they will be needed for decades still to come. How do you address this problem? I can't hear you. Sorry, I have no sound.
Can you hear me now?
I can now, yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, John, for the question. Just to clarify, I'm a federal minister, so I represent the Federation of the UAE, but I can't speak on Dubai and Abu Dhabi's behalf by saying the whole country is moving towards a post-oil economy from a sustainability perspective and from an economic perspective. In 2015, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Deputy Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, said that we want to celebrate when we actually have our final barrel of oil actually come out of the ground. And the reason why he used such a positive word for the, to describe something like the end of oil is because we believe that this is something that we were blessed with, but would inevitably run out. And the best way for us to move forward is for us to invest in the human talent and the human capability in the UAE. That is exactly why the UAE has celebrated its 50th anniversary. So this year is actually our 50th year, by sending a probe to Mars and by training men and women with an average age of 27 years old to create a probe to go to Mars to look at space and science as a way for our future and a way to create economic prosperity. There is another thing as well that needs to be said, which is, yes, oil creates a lot of pollution. And yes, oil is something that we need to move away from. But there are oil derivatives that are being used in medicine, that are being used in other things that are actually positive rather than negative. So we're not going to go to a completely post-oil future in the near term, maybe in the long term if there are other alternatives with regards to advanced materials, but not everything is pollutant in that sense. Now, a country like the UAE, which is an oil-producing country, has also been the first country in the region to appoint a minister that is in charge of climate change and the environment, because we believe that it is very important for us to be responsible in that manner and to look at the impact of what we do on a broader sense, on a global sense. So there is a shift taking place within government. There is a huge shift being taken place within the society itself. People are now a lot more conscious. There are a lot of government initiatives to ensure that people understand, how do we waste less? How do we become more sustainable? How do we ensure as well that we are able to reduce our emissions as individuals and as families? So I think that there is that shift that needs to happen. It started probably, as you said, in Dubai, but it has spread across the whole UAE.
Thank you very much. George, you're on the ground almost literally with renewables. Can you link your renewables to other countries, is it something you can export, or are you actually confined to Greece?
Yes, actually, these type of technologies are quite unique because they are border agnostic, as it was mentioned before. This is something that can be implemented everywhere, and also it is also not dependent on very specific grids and regulations and so on. So this type of technology can work as good as a small African village as in a Norwegian metropolis. So this is the beauty of this type of technology.
And are you doing that? I mean, you have a business to run. Are you actually?
Yes, we are already starting the expansion of this type of technologies in the general region around Greece, but we always look forward to more challenges in other countries. So we definitely have this in mind.
Brain space, Vasilis. What is your ambition for the next 5 years?
First of all, the main activity of BrainSpace is implementing and designing software for a sustainable future. Regarding, of course, the energy sector, because we believe and we are sure that sustainability will come through the energy transition. For your question regarding our plans for the next 5 years, we are sure that the technology we have implemented till now, we can expand it across abroad to other countries, and we can also expand all the algorithms we have implemented in order to create a product that will come to other services like e-mobility, or we want to implement more IoT sensors in order to collect more and more data from different points in the electricity grid.
I can't resist asking a question now about the country that really has the highest, the largest footprint in terms of global emissions. And that actually per capita, and that I suppose is the United States. And there is a new president. But we've had 4 years of Donald Trump, which meant 4 years claiming that climate change was a hoax and withdrawing America from the Paris Accord. Omar, I don't want to put you necessarily on the spot as a politician, but what hopes do you have now for the commitments made in Paris and for the future?
I think it's better for everyone everywhere that the United States is part of the Paris Climate Accord, and that it was the only country that actually withdrew in the last couple of years. So we need to understand that the Paris Climate Accord is not an accord for one or a group of countries. It can only work if everyone works together. And it can only work effectively as well if we look at it responsibly to see how we can make certain commitments to ensure that countries that are less well off, countries that require the development that we had the luxury of going through in the past decades or in the past centuries as well, to actually go through comfortably compared to countries that are more developed today. There needs to be compromise because that is what we owe future generations. And I think that it's not just a presidential shift. The US society, I think there's a big portion of the society that is more climate cautious. There is as well a shift in the business side. So even when the US withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord, there was commitments made on the state levels and as well on the business side. So, there were commitments being made, even if a specific individual or party or even a group of people believe that this is not a priority. This means that regardless of what happens, even on the political level, there will always be commitments on the business level. There will always be commitments on the societal level, because this shift is important, and we're seeing it, impact farmers. We're seeing it impact, air pollution, and the impact is real. It's not going to be something that anyone is going to survive. It's not going to be something that anyone can avoid. So it's better for all of us that the US, which is a global leader in this fight against climate change, is part of the climate accord.
Yeah, I noticed that General Motors has just said that it will go to fully electric by 2035. And of course, the UK has said that it wants to have entirely electrified automobile industry by 2030. So, but these commitments are easy to make. Are they realizable? Can they be actually put into practice?
So what's going to happen in the next couple of years, I think, is people will have to look at the impact that these commitments are having on their lives and livelihood. There is a big issue today with social inequality. There is a rich elite that can afford, whatever taxes or whatever government regulations are added to specific things. But there are a big group of people that today are living, hand to mouth and would be impacted by any extra regulation. So we need to be creative as governments to ensure that whatever extra commitments or whatever extra bureaucracy or red tape is added towards things that are polluting do not cause social upheaval and do not impact people negatively. We are also in a very tricky time right now because COVID has upended the world as we know it. Yes, we have the luxury of sitting and having a Zoom conversation today, but there are people who cannot provide for their families. There are people who, don't even have a roof over their heads. So there are many implications of COVID that might, unfortunately, derail some priorities for the next 2 to 3 years until we address them. But I am optimistic that innovation and the advancement of technology in general is going to lead to more equitable futures and also a future where we can try to balance between the commitments that we need to make for our planet and the commitments that are going to satisfy our societies.
Thank you. George, I've always been under the impression that Greece was rather behind the curve in adopting renewables. So it's very good that UNICI is actually, taking up the challenge. But why was Greece behind the curve? You're blessed with beautiful sunshine. You don't need to use this dreadful lignite and so on that you've used in the past. What is the reason?
of course, this is a very a question with a very long answer, but the short answer is that the culture changes, the cultural changes, the technological changes go hand in hand with the political changes. So I would say that it was a tough decision to go weight of lignite, and somebody had to take this decision. The time arrived for this decision to be taken. And on the other hand, it is always difficult to change. And very often people resist to change. However, what is our effort is to make this change as smooth as possible, and also to make this change as profitable as possible in a way that is kind of a more, I would say, democratic way of changing the energy sector. So it was a difficult decision, and it is a tough way forward because a lot of renewables need to be installed, and this will take some effort. But at the same time, when people realize that this is a win-win, it's a win-win-win. So it's win for the environment, win for the country, but it's also win for everyone individually, and that will help. And an additional obstacle is always the power grid, and this is also where all this discussion we had today goes towards. The more effectively one can operate the power grid, and the more effectively one can integrate renewables in the power grid, the better it is for the integration of renewables, and the better it is because grid is an infrastructure that is extremely difficult to change. So I think it's an infrastructure that is extremely difficult to change. So I think it was also a little bit of a change waiting to happen with the time where the battery costs went down and allowed this sort of combination of smart management, AI, and so on, battery as an energy storage, and the final political decision to change.
Thank you. Vasilis, are you optimistic or pessimistic about, I mean, you are a Greek, you are part of the elite. Are you optimistic or less than optimistic about the immediate future in terms of sustainability?
First of all, as a person, I'm an optimistic person. So in that perspective, I will see your question. So I'm optimistic for the Greek environment, and I believe that in the future there will be more companies like Unis Energy Group and Braze Space that will help to this direction.
Excellent, thank you. We are almost out of time, but I want to leave the last word to the Minister. Omar, imagine that we are here 10 years hence. What will our verdict have been on the ensuing 10 years?
That's a very tough question because, as you realize, the future now is a lot more ambiguous than it was previously. But what I think is going to happen ultimately is people today are taking a lot of actions and are taking a lot of the leadership positions on their own. So we're seeing them affect the policies of countries, companies, and as well change what we previously thought was true and what we previously thought was false. So we look even at something like Wall Street, which is a traditional bureaucratic entity, and we look at how people on a social media platform like Reddit, for example, were able to derail hedge funds and big companies and affect them. What I think is going to happen in the future, the next 10 years, is people are going to leverage all these platforms that we have to really set the priorities for everyone. We're going to have a lot more unified approaches with regards to what matters to everyone rather than what matters to specific institutions or individuals. We're also going to see more importance given to developing technologies that impact individual lives rather than increase individual wealth. So we are going to see an ushering of that. And then finally, with the advent of increasing the number of users of the internet, I'm very excited to see the inventions that are going to be created for carbon capturing, the inventions that are going to be created to enhance, let's say, the transparency of artificial intelligence, the democratizing artificial intelligence and technology as a whole. So I tend to be optimistic. I also believe that if there are challenges, then the people are going to come and solve them together. I do believe that we are going to come together as nations rather than be divided. And yes, we might go through tough times, but ultimately the future is going to be a bright one.
And do you think then that carbon capture and storage will have been solved on a commercial scale by then?
I do, yes. I also believe that we will find alternatives that are as effective as whatever we find in carbon. You see the award that Elon Musk put $100 million for carbon capturing technology. So there is an appetite. He will usher a revolution on this, but a lot of people are going to follow suit.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been an excellent panel. Have a very good afternoon. I guess it's afternoon wherever you are, yes, and evening. And take care. Stay healthy. And thank you all very, very much. Now we'll have a short break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just about to have our final panel on a very, very important subject. But I just want to remind you that at the end of the panel, you'll have the opportunity to vote. Don't forget that you can you can vote through the streaming platform. And the question is, will AI prove trustworthy in the future? So I hope that you will vote on that, because the future is yours as well as mine. I hope it's going to be longer and longer for all of us. Anyway, this session, the final session, is on, the title is Can Security and Human Rights Be Ensured? The Gravity of Ethics in the Development of Technologies. Very important question. We have two speakers. Nimrod Kozlovsky, who is a partner and head of tech and regulation at Herzog Fox and Niemann, which is Israel's largest law firm. And then finally we'll have John Kalogerakis, who's an old friend from the Anthropocentric Corporate Training and Development Center, which he runs. And I think you'll find his views very interesting. But Nimrod, first of all, the virtual floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be part of this conference. What I want to cover in my short talk today is how at the COVID-19, governments accelerated projects that they had, but they were pilot projects for AI-based solutions to monitor the community or to do crime prediction. So in general, the idea is that we saw in the COVID-19, as people changed their life habits and the way that they operate, that we had more and more digital acceleration. More and more projects that the government had became digital projects, which is a good thing, obviously. As part of it, we also saw acceleration in implementing at fast track AI-based solutions. Solutions that were tested for a while by the governments were now applied at real time. And there is an intense use at the last few months of governmental projects, AI-based, for example, for crime prediction, for fraud detection, or community monitoring. Just to give you a few examples, there is a growing concern in the COVID-19 pandemic that there will be more domestic violence. How do we monitor against domestic violence or foresee for domestic violence? Governments around the world started using predictive tools, which are AI-based tools, to predict in which families, which homes are more likely to experience domestic violence, and therefore to increase the policing effort or the predictive efforts of the police in these homes. Another thing, for example, is that there are a lot of emergency calls to centers like 991. At the times of the pandemic, many people are more scared. There are a lot of panic attacks that people have, and we want to evaluate the risk when we get a call to the call center. Governments around the world and police around the world started using AI-based algorithms in order to assess the risk, whether it's a real call that needs to prioritize law enforcement efforts, or whether it's a call that should be deprioritized. Another thing is governments all around the world started providing social services at scale. In more and more countries, we started to get benefits from social security for people who find themselves unemployed. In certain countries, the government started employing AI tools in order to predict eligibility for social benefits, but also to detect potential fraud. They implemented the technologies at communities to try to assess who potentially applied fraudulently for social benefits. What's the main mode of operation for all these technologies? We use AI-based algorithm to predict fraud or a crime based on profiling. We actually score humans. We take profiles of risk based on historical data, historical behavior, and measure them against individual data in trying to analyze the risk which is associated with the individual. The operation model is actually a surveillance society where we take private data, analyze it, applied algorithms which are based on historical data, and trying to assign score for risk or score for her behavior. That's actually a method that considers humans as a potential risk and required to score them. I would score the individual how risky they are for their particular behavior, how risky this individual to commit a fraud, how risky this individual for being a criminal. Either it's domestic violence, fraud, or any other illegal behavior, I'm trying to predict the risk from the individual. So I'm trying to score individuals. That's led to a lot of concerns because we know, first of all, bias in data sets. Historical data sets being used in order to score people seem to be tainted, seem to be historically tainted to communities that were kind of like more observed before, or data sets that seems to be more, has a specific purpose for use. Another thing, there's a lot of privacy concerns. We're trying to look at private data and surveil individuals in order to assess their score to actually to give them some kind of a ranking. Another concern was that the algorithm being used primarily at COVID-19 were kind of like applied at fast track, at real time, without being tested before. So we're not so sure whether the algorithms are actually accountable and whether the algorithms are tuned for the purpose. Another thing which concerns many is the lack of human consent. That as an individual, I have my personal autonomy to decide whether I want to be rated or not by an algorithm, and my right to know that I'm being rated or tested by an algorithm. That's led also to a lot of concern about transparency, that the government is not transparent with us how they use our data or how they actually monitor us. And another concern which became very dominant is about discriminatory implementation. The fact that these algorithms may be applied for different communities differently, or being applied only to specific communities. The concern were that these algorithms are more tuned, for example, for people with color or minority group. That's led to a lot of concern at COVID-19, and we see growing concerns by regulators and the court with how we apply these predictive algorithms in surveilling individuals. Just to give an example, recently the court in Netherlands were questioned. There was a petition about the use of predictive algorithms in order to assess potential fraud of people who applied for social benefits. And the concern was that while it may be usable for assessing eligibility and fraud prevention, the algorithm was not tested before. And there was no kind of like accountability for the data sets being used to train the data. And the concern was it discriminatory being applied to poor communities. They were kind of like considered more risky to be fraudulent. So actually the court in Netherlands intervened and stopped the use of this algorithm because of lack of social oversights or legal oversights of the algorithm. Same happened, for example, in the US, where algorithms were being used in order to assess risk at certain prisoners. Prisoners were petitioning for parole. They wanted to be released from jail due to some public programs that enable them to release to homes or kind of like home scrutiny or home monitoring. And algorithms were applied to assess how risky they are to return to crime. And people who were deprived from the parole were questioning the algorithms. Why was deprived from parole? And there was no answer. The answer was just it was scored by an algorithm. And the court interfered, and now the program is being reviewed again. At the same time, we see the regulators, and primarily in Europe, being very concerned about this rush to apply AI algorithms for governmental purposes without the proper regulatory framework or accountability. So we see a growing discussion in Europe, very interesting discussion about what should be the rules for an ethical and accountable AI for governmental purposes. And we see a growing discussion around legislators, how should they regulate the use of AI? We use it for a good purpose in order to keep the community more safe and better protected, but how we use AI algorithms in real time should come with a regulatory framework. We understand that we need a regulatory framework that will take care for non-discriminatory use, for accountability, for transparency, for explainability, that I'll be able to understand how the algorithms operate, also for privacy protection when applying these algorithms. And we see a growing body of regulation that actually regulate the use of AI. So we'll see now more use of this technology, but at the same time, much more regulated and have ethical principles assigned to them. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to this prestigious audience.
Nimrod, thank you very much indeed. I'm reminded of that excellent movie a few years ago, Minority Report with Tom Cruise.
Indeed.
It's actually rather frightening in a way. John, the floor is yours now, virtual floor at any rate.
Thank you, John. Probably, can I have the slides up? If you've read my CVs, you know that my PhD is on robotics. My name is Yannis Kalogerakis. I run JMK, an anthropocentric corporate training and people development company. In the next few minutes, I'll be talking to you about the gravity of ethics in the development of anthropocentric AI technologies. maybe you're aware of the 2001 Space Odyssey, the excellent novel and the movie later on by Stanley Kubrick. In there was this computer, HAL 9000. When one HAL was given an order...
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I cannot do that. That was artificial intelligence in 1968, but AI is here now. So everything we see on TV, everything we see on the internet, on social media, everything we buy and eat from the supermarket has used somewhere AI algorithms. Psychologists argue consistently that even what we think is heavily influenced by someone, somewhere, using AI algorithms. Now, don't click this, because if you click, you encourage more hoaxes to come about. You see, now ethics transfers and the weight shifts to our finger. The gravity and the responsibility and the main weight falls heavily on the individual. So this is a true measure of our ethics, not what the Gallup say, what you click when nobody is watching. Now, if terms and conditions take 5 minutes to read, like John said in this morning, and someone goes and click it in about 2 or 3 seconds, then that, I believe someone is going to make money somewhere out of this. Nobody can argue. This is a number game. It's all about profits and gain. Profits for the individual, profits for the company and shareholders, profits for the members of governments. So, who will best suited to solve this? Who will make sure AI is suitable for humanity? Who will embed ethics in all our business practices? Who understands the gravity of ethics better? Even religions who have ethics embedded in them argue that the ethics of one are better than the ethics of the other. We cannot leave it exclusively to software developers, nice people, but we cannot leave it to government officials, business people, academics, or religious leaders. So, as this conference suggests, thinking outside the box, I say bring in the philosophers. Well, not exactly like that, but there are some great minds at the universities nowadays, great minds at United Nations, great minds with Nobel Prize awards, great minds with awards at the Academy of Others, at the Royal Society, at the International AI Driving License. There are great minds around. My conclusion, what to do short term, what to do long term. Short term, people have to realize the same way a vote can change a nation, the same way a click can change our future. So let's teach this and let's be aware, all of us, short term. Long term, I suggest, as it was also suggested this morning, let's teach ethics in our schooling system. Start them young and teach ethics. Maybe you are aware of RRR, reading, writing, arithmetic. Well, you know, we had STEM, and now has been enhanced with STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, thank God for that, and mathematics. Well, my thesis is, let's add ethics in front of all that. Let's first teach ethics at all school levels. Ethics, and then science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And I will leave you with what Kazantzakis said a few years ago. You have to love responsibility. Say, it's my duty and mine alone to save the earth. And if it is not saved, then I alone am to blame. I strongly believe that technology has no ethics. We do. And what we choose by click will determine our future as a species. Ethical and anthropocentric AI is mandatory for our survival and well-being. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I look forward to hearing your questions. Thank you, John.
Thank you so much. You both basically highlighting the real problem, but I'm just wondering, who is the real villain? I mean, if you look at China, for example, where you have an extraordinary surveillance state in which the predictive behavior modeled in Minority Report is obviously alive and well there. And then if you look at Silicon Valley, you have Facebook, you have Apple, etc., and those clicks are basically modifying your behavior and directing your behavior. And you could see that actually in the whole election campaign in the United States, to the extent that respectable publications such as The Economist, such as New York Times, etc., can be dismissed by an awful lot of the population, not as necessarily as fake news, but as untrustworthy, as not to be believed. And it's particularly pertinent now with the questions over COVID-19. How real is COVID-19? How safe is that particular vaccine? Who is making money out of it? Has Bill Gates put a chip inside your arteries when you take a vaccine? All this ludicrous stuff. So it really is a problem. So, Nimrod, if you were to choose your villain, who is the villain?
I think it's a perfect observation that we actually see a very different way when we think about the villains or who actually protects society. Chinese model, the Eastern model, is very different from the Western model. But actually, both of them require a lot of attention and certainly a regulatory and ethical framework. On the one hand, we do see in China a project like the Sesame Project that actually score the individual on a national scale. The idea for the Sesame Project that every individual, just as we saw in not Minority Report, but we saw actually in Black Mirror, that every individual has a score. They are being treated accordingly in kind of like the governmental treats. And the problem certainly in China that we don't have accountability for the government. This system is being implemented without kind of like the same sets of balances that we have in Western society. But on the other hand, in the Western society, we left private companies and we believe that the market is best to regulate behavior. And I think this leads to a very different problem. We certainly see use of predictive algorithms and surveillance algorithms being used by private companies when they decide whether to give you a loan, when they decide whether to introduce you with a particular opportunity on their site, when they decided whether to hire you as a freelancer. It's all being implemented with scoring engines, which are just like the Chinese model, and sometimes, by the way, have much more data available to analyze the individual. But here, in the Western world, we believe that we need regulation. We believe that it's the role not only of ethics, but also of the law to regulate whether you can collect this kind of data, what you can use it for, what kind of accountability is required, what oversight, whether you need to be transparent, whether as an individual, I have the right to know that an algorithm applied to me and how it's being scored, whether I have some mechanism to appeal it, whether I have some kind of monitoring body or some kind of like a monitoring capability to understand how the algorithm was trained and whether it's not biased. All this is now being regulated. And I think if we've seen in the last 10 years a lot of discussion around privacy, and GDPR was the most prominent regulatory directive come from Europe to regulate privacy, we'll see now the AI directive for the 21st century and the understanding that we need to regulate even when private entities, not only the governments, are using algorithms in order to detect our life.
Yeah. It's interesting you bring up GDPR, which obviously had a huge impact, although personally I regret the idea of the right to be forgotten. I think that's actually not a good idea as a journalist. John.
Yes. Can I also answer the same question? Because
Please.
It's been said, thank you. It's been said like COVID, let's say, is destroying our hotel industry, the tourists. Well, in my opinion, it's not. It's just changing it. So it's not the villain is COVID or this or that. I thoroughly enjoyed the lecture by Paul Bouquet in the morning, the CEO, and in there he said that nobody likes to be served by a robot. Of course, I don't like it either. But let's ask Clarine's son. You know, I asked him, you know what he said to me? Why not? Why not? You see, these are the future citizens. So sometimes what we think is right and wrong, maybe it's for us, but not for other people, especially for the generations to come. What do I mean by that? I want to say, as I explained in my very brief presentation, that the villain is inside, the little devil is inside and is in our finger. What do you click when nobody's watching? That is the little devil inside of every one of us. So if we are able to control this, we control all the villains in the world. And I make the suggestion to think outside the box and start teaching ethics at very early age and get the philosophers and all these people to regulate. This is not just a few group of people like legislators or politicians. We have to think outside the box on this one because it's paramount for our future. So the villain is not this and this and that, it's inside of us and the way we think about what's killing us, what's good for us and bad for us. We have to open our mind, think outside the box and think forward.
Well, John,
may
I'm with
I
you.
comment on this?
Please, Nimrod, absolutely.
May I just comment on this point? You know, I certainly agree. We need to teach philosophy and ethics. You know, I think there's not more noble profession than teaching our kids philosophy and ethics. However, the problem that we've seen with technology is that there is a race to the bottom. Even if we teach everybody philosophy and ethics, at the end of the day, we design the algorithm for some kind of function, utility function. And let's assume that I want to design the algorithms for the individual to consume as much as they can. The algorithm at the end of the day will try to direct me towards consumption. And certainly with the private entities that certainly are being motivated by profit, we cannot expect the developers to integrate ideas against consumption or how consumption divert our attention or behavior. We need to regulate this kind of behavior. We cannot just trust philosophy. There were many that suggesting that let's teach philosophy and ethics the developers. But at the end of the day, we cannot expect a developer to be the one to code for us, to implement for us ethical standards for society. As it happened before, I don't think anything changed with AI or with algorithms. We need as a society to decide about our morals, about our ethics, and to code them, and to understand that unlike before the AI revolution, what that is not being coded or inserted into the algorithm would not be there. The algorithm would just have the race in order to accomplish the utility function, regardless of the ethics or the standards. Unless we apply them and require them, they would not be present.
This is a great point. Yes, Shalom Nimrod. And you just proved my point. Unless the two of us that we have slightly different views, it would appear, it's not actually, I think we're on the same line, but unless we sit down and we discuss this, we cannot leave it exclusively, as you very well said, to developers and this and that, even if they've gone through excellent ethics training and all that. It's a prerequisite to teach ethics to all of the various sciences, yes, but we have to sit down together and come out with a solution. No, a single set of people should come out with this because it's the future of humanity.
But John, I think
if you look, for example,
I just want to make a point to John. And aren't you assuming that there is a single corpus of ethics, if you like to call it that? I mean, we think of ethics within the framework of Western.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Right. A Confucian society, you might well have a different framework, ethical framework. I mean, we tend to value individual action, independence, and responsibility as opposed to collective and social.
Absolutely, John, absolutely. This is exactly what's happening in the Academy of Plato, not very far from where I'm speaking. You see, in the School of Athens, people had different views. No single one was correct. So they get together, they exchange views, and they come up with universal truths. They exist. I don't maintain that some foreign UFO people from Mars should come and force it upon us. We should come up with these universal rules, and we will only come out if we, 3, 4, 5, 20, talk about this. This is the love of wisdom philosophy. Let's get together because none of us is right. All of us will have a collective truth, I believe.
Well, that's a very noble thought to end. Nimrod, yes?
Yeah.
You have the last word.
Yeah, but I think, John, I think that it's a very optimistic view. And certainly I love and appreciate the view of philosophers about the world and how together we'll come to collective wisdom. The problem with technology that they're not actually respecting collective wisdom. Technology has a very strict way to enforce behavior. For example, about ethics with kind of like autonomous cars. Whose ethics is it? Should I prefer the one who sits in the car or the person, the pedestrian? Should I prefer the pedestrian that is older or younger?
Absolutely.
Which pedestrian? This
Absolutely.
is no single ethics. And at the end of the day, just to wrap up with this example, when car manufacturer needed to decide about the ethics of the car, they realized that it will be a very good advertising to sell, we care about the driver first. Meaning the ethic they applied is that they prefer the life of the driver or the safety of the driver and not those of the pedestrians. Why so? Because it sells better.
Exactly.
Would you buy a car
Who
from
would
a car
buy?
manufacturer that would say, I protect the pedestrian and not the car driver? And here again, there was no single ethics. There was more capitalistic ethics that is being
it's the same
implemented
point
in code.
Again, it's the same point, and I fully get it. Who would buy a self-sacrificing car? Nobody, absolutely. So that's why we need the philosophers. That's why we need all these people to get together and come out, and the governments should get this group, authorize it to come up with this. They can do. I tell you, there are people with collectively great ability and yes.
I propose that Nimrod and John should be part of this supranational ethical committee. And on that,
I want you, John, as well. I want you.
Thank you both very, very much. Now, let us make sure
Thank you for the
that
pleasure.
everybody has voted. And the question is, will artificial intelligence, will AI prove trustworthy in the future? Hara is going to, I hope, send me the results. But in the meantime, I want to thank all the participants, the panelists. I want to thank the audience, and I want to thank Nectaria and her team for doing an extraordinarily good job in putting all of this together. And of course, I must thank the sponsors. Without the sponsors, this would not happen. So I wish everybody a very, very successful end to the day. Let me see what Hera said. Up to now, Hera tells me, the yes vote, i.e., those who think that AI will, 89%, only 11% say that it will not be trustworthy. And the voting is carrying on, so we'll wait another couple of minutes and see what happens there. I think we've covered an enormous amount of ground, all the way from insurance and banking to renewable energy. We've covered the globe almost, from China, talking about China surveillance, all the way to the Gulf with the minister from Dubai. And I will get apparently the final result in 3 minutes' time. That no, the vote has now gone up. 91% say yes, no 9%. This, I think, means that John Calargassi has had a big a big impact on this vote. Whether Nimrod's had the same impact or not, I don't know. No, I think Nimrod was basically on the same page as John. So I think we're all in favor at the moment of AI. Let us hope that AI will indeed be our savior in the future. The challenges are, of course, enormous. We have the question of sustainability. We have the question of climate change. I think it was a very important point raised by Omar from Dubai that computing, the whole digital sector, causes an awful lot of greenhouse gas emissions in its own way, and we need to keep that in mind. It's not just the traditional villains of the piece. And here we now have the final vote. Yes, AI will prove trustworthy in the future. Yes, 90%. No, 10%. So on that resounding victory for the optimists, I wish you all a very, very good day, and keep well, keep safe, keep COVID free. Take care. Bye-bye.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Το μέλλον είναι πιο κοντά από όσο νομίζεις. Τώρα νέοι δρόμοι ανοίγονται για σένα. Και η δουλειά σου είναι παντού. Η μουσική, η γυμναστική, ο έλεγχος του σπιτιού σου γίνονται με ένα κλικ. Η τεχνολογία άλλαξε τα πάντα στη ζωή μας. Τώρα αλλάζει και τη φροντίδα της υγείας μας. Η Inter-American φέρνει πρώτη μια εφαρμογή τεχνητής νοημοσύνης για σένα, που σου δίνει απάντηση σε κάθε σύμπτωμα και τη δυνατότητα να επικοινωνήσεις με γιατρό όταν υπάρχει ανάγκη. Μάθε πώς θα το αποκτήσεις στο interamerican.gr. Medion. Νέα εποχή στην υγεία για σένα.
Στη Wind ξεκινάμε μια νέα εποχή. Αναπτύσσουμε το δικό μας 5G δίκτυο σε κάθε γωνιά της Ελλάδας. Ένα δίκτυο νέας γενιάς με ασύλληπτες ταχύτητες έως 1 Gbps. Ένα δίκτυο που προσφέρει απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Για μια νέα ψηφιακά εξυγχρονισμένη κοινωνία για όλους. Wind 5G ήρθε.
Everything and nothing has changed.
Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.